Yesterday, we had 4 technical sessions on emerging technology in mining operation and management, cutting-edge technologies in exploration of minerals and safety, technology and regulatory issues. Now, it's time to deepen the conversation with our upcoming technical sessions. For our first technical session on sustainable mining, I would request Engineer Bhanu P. Patnagar sir, Adani Cement, to chair the session, and Mr. Rajendra Bora sir, Wonder Cement, to co-chair the session. Sir, kindly take a seat at the dais. I would request our speakers, Dr. M. Ramulu sir, Dhruv Jyoti sir, Rajneesh Purohit sir, S.J. Metaria sir, and Nihal Chandradas sir to join the chair and co-chair. And Dr. B. Francis will be joining us on the hybrid mode. Thank you so much.
In place of Dhruv Jyoti sir, Saurabh sir is taking the presentation, and Nihal Chandra Das sir is not there, so Professor Dr. Rishikesh Naik sir will be leading the lecture. Kindly take your seat, sir. Now, for our first lecture, I would like to call Dr. Mor Ramlu sir from Central Institute of Mining and Fuel Research, Nagpur, who will be delivering a keynote lecture on new trends in rock breaking technology for mining and civil construction works. I hope, sir, this will be a very knowledgeable lecture for us.
Thank you. Good morning, delegates. Respected chairman and co-chairman, my dear colleagues and delegates, good morning everyone. The topic of presentation is non-explosive rock breaking technology for mining and civil construction projects. As you all know, the blasting is called as a destructive activity for construction purposes. It is irrevocable and the damage is irrecoverable. So, in this scenario, the need of controlled blasting is very much required. Because there are positive aspects for blasting, negative aspects for blasting, and it has to be controlled. The blasting is to be conducted in a controlled manner for achieving the targets. So, friends, you may be knowing those few decades back, blasting was normally conducted and there were no issues. But nowadays, because of stringent regulatory and statutory compliances, expansion of minerals or structures, the rock excavation requirements to the habitats, that means expansion of construction activities and mining activities towards the habitats, and vice versa. Even habitats are also expanding towards the mines and the construction sites. So, to deal with whatever it may be, the ground reality is requirement of conducting blasting near the habitats or sensitive and critical structures. This is the issue. So, for this controlled blasting, there are controlled blasting techniques available for conducting. Now, one more thing, the surface land is getting saturated. It is already saturated in all the countries, almost all the countries, irrespective of whether it is developed country or developing country. There is no land available, and our demands, in contrast to this, our demands are getting increased day by day, year by year. So, to cope up this situation, to fulfill the land requirement and structures to be constructed, it is required to go underground. That is the only solution available. We have to explore and expand the construction activities to the underground subsurface, it is called. And subsurface, see the urban constructions, urban excavation, rock excavation demand in urbans, it is getting increased because of construction of metro rail projects, the underground parking stations, malls, so many things. In outside the developed countries, there are so many underground constructions. It is very less here in India, but now we are also going because there is no, it is inevitable. There is no alternative. We have to explore and expand our activities in subsurface. And this requires a controlled blasting operation, because with non-blasting operations you can't meet the targets of production. This certainly requires controlled blasting. For controlled blasting, the controlled blasting has also got the limitations. Okay? For controlled blasting, what we do generally, we go for pre-splitting, smooth blasting and all other things. And the pre-splitting itself is a blasting activity, may be destructive many a times, because we are extensively worked in almost all underground metro stations, Delhi Metro, Mumbai Metro, Bangalore Metro, all other metros. We are consultants since decades. Okay, and there are requirements to conduct the blast at 8-meter distance, whereas DGMS permits only up to 50 meters in mining. That too 100 meters only, up to 50 meters with the help of the studies of scientific organizations. So that is itself a challenge. Conducting blasting at 50-meter distance is a challenge, but it is required to conduct blasting at 10-meter distance from the structure in the construction of metro rail projects. And all other techniques fail. All other techniques like chemical expansion technique and even the other non-blasting techniques also, because the rock is, if that is requires some soft in nature, but hard rock like granite or basalt, you can't get the production. It takes 24 hours cycle time for the chemical expansion technique to work, and that too limited production. Therefore, after failed in getting the production with in the applications of all other techniques, blasting has become a last resort in all these metro rail projects. Similarly, there are structures in metro cities like Mumbai. There are malls underground. So this requires a blasting technique, controlled blasting of course. But as I told, controlled blasting operations are also have got limitation. Although we conducted, it's not that blasting is difficult at near field the locations. We proved, and in conducting a blast at 8-meter distance, where the 5 mm per second PPV, that is peak particle velocity, is the limit, and we achieved it. By specialized controlled blasting techniques, we redesigned the pre-splitting. In pre-splitting also you will get more than 50 millimeter per second at 20 meter distance. Whereas we have to achieve this by conducting pre-splitting, we have to achieve 5 mm per second, that is the limit prescribed. Okay. So we achieved this by modifying, redefined and designing ultra controlled blasting technique in pre-splitting. Our vibration limits, what we have got is less than 5 mm per second. Okay. But there is a phobia, fear psychosis. People are aware now. Blasting means it is a destructive, and people oppose. In this backdrop, it is need of the hour. The non-blasting techniques are required to be developed for conducting rock excavation activities near sensitive and critical structures. Okay, so now I would like to introduce one technique. I don't know whether how many people of you knows about rock excavation techniques other than blasting. But it is a new technique which is not extensively used in India. We conducted this in Muscat for the developing this technology, for studying the efficacy of this technique near a sensitive defense structures. Okay, now next slide please. I can change, huh? Okay, I told, so far I explained why not explosive, because of these problems. PPV problem, fly rock problem, air overpressure problem, all these problems. We are required to conduct blast. See, you can see here. You can see the one metro shaft. It is surrounded by all sensitive structures. We need to excavate this, and the structures are at 20 meter distance. Whatever be the blast conducted, the vibration levels used to exceed 20 mm per second at 10 meter distance. Okay, this is another structure where in the Mumbai metro, at 10 meter distance the structures are there. You need to conduct blasting in the subsurface like this. It is shown in the figure. It is, yeah. Okay. So a new rock breaking technique is required for urban rock excavations, for all other construction requirements, right? So now this technology, non-explosive rock breaking techniques, there are several techniques available. One is the forefront non-explosive breaking technologies include Cordax technique using liquid carbon dioxide and plasma blasting. You might have seen some of the videos in social media, plasma blasting technique. That is also a popular technique available. Non-X rock breaking method using non-detonating pyrotechnic material. Shockwave based rock breaking technology. Penetrating cone fracture method. These are the 5 technologies available which are based on non-explosive. There is chemical pyrotechnic used in the last three methods, but it is not explosive, not categorized as explosive. So there are no any regulatory problems. But in first 2 methods, Cordax and plasma blasting, no explosive and no pyrotechnic is used. So another thing is, for conducting blasting in the city, there are a lot of hassles. You require to get permission from PESO and regulatory authorities. For cities, you need to get the permission from police commissioner, and for the suburb, the collector comes into picture. So many things, so many permissions. And apart from that, the NGOs, some so-called NGOs also will come into picture and stop. Okay. So to overcome all these constraints and difficulties, there are some techniques, alternatives to blasting. Although I am a blasting expert who is working more than 2 decades, I am prescribing some of the non-blasting techniques because it is the need of the hour. Things are changing in that direction. There is no alternative. Sometimes you cannot, and where now the presently wherever there is no blasting allowed, people are going for breaker, application of breaker. That is a big nuisance than the blasting. It's a very huge noise levels. Its annoyance in the public will be very high. That is not the alternative. And limited production. You can't get desired production levels. Okay. In this scenario, one Cordax technique is very promising and very useful for overcoming the constraints what I explained so far.
डॉक्टर साहब थोड़ा सा स्पीड करिएगा 5 मिनट.
Thank you. I'll try, sir. Okay, advantages are, okay, minimum mobilization of men and machinery. Even at 10-meter distance you can conduct this operation. So it is a non-detonating chemicals, though no permission is required from PESO. So you can conduct just like other braking operations, live with breaker. They need not require any special storage system like explosive. They can be transported in any vehicle, even in the flight also. One can carry these material in the flight also, no objections, because it's not a dangerous and harmful chemical. And in mines and tunnels, another great advantage is the tunnel deformation is minimum. So strata control problems are will not be there by using this method. Okay, I'll just fast the presentation. So the components involved is, I'll explain by this one. Can you please play the video, please? I'll show 2 videos, sir. That will be very nice. Yeah, there is a video that shows what is the operation of this Cordax technique. I borrowed it from social media. Yeah, once again, please. So there is a firing head which sends the heat energy to the middle one is pause. Yeah, pause please. Pause. हाँ, pause मतलब वही है. Okay, no, you come to the presentation. Yeah, no, show another video. We'll finish. Yeah, pause. Okay, so it is a carbon dioxide, liquid carbon dioxide in a cylinder, which is initiated by a spark plug, and then after initiating the liquid carbon dioxide at a supercritical state, it expands to 600 times of its volume. That is the specialty of this liquid carbon dioxide, 600 times of its volume. So this is a discharge head. So this much pressure built in the hole induces cracks and fractures to all it spherically to all the directions by breaking it. Even hardest rock also, even we tried it at 100 megapascal compressive strength rock also was broken. That is the huge amazing pressure head it has got. Okay, next video please. Next. Okay, so see, these are the blasts. We feel that this is an explosive based blasting, but not so. These are the rock breaking operations with CODOX, that is liquid carbon dioxide expansion technique.
Sir, you are left with 2 minutes only.
Okay, stop the blasting. Sir, please give me 2 more minutes, sir. Right. Presentation. So, friends, this is as good as blasting, but you can have control on it. Whatever be the amount of liquid carbon dioxide you can send, the intensity of blast or breaking, we should not say it as a blast. The intensity of the breaking is proportional to that. You have got full control. Okay, this can be conducted. I can show you some no. Presentation, please. Okay, this is I was explaining. I don't. I skip all these things. Go to the results. For this technique was practiced at Gabbro stone crusher quarry near Muscat. So these are the methods. All the steps are explained in the manuscript. You can go through that. As I am running out of time, I'll switch over to this one. Okay, field applications. We monitored ground vibrations, VOD of that one, the CO2 expansion, and the all other parameters like fly rock, air blast, all these things. Okay, ground vibrations intensity has been reduced by 20 times in comparison to the conventional explosive blasting. So you can see the ground vibrations. It was below 2.5 mm per second at 50 meter distance. That was the requirement. And with blasting at 50 meters, it used to come more than 40 to 50 mm per second. So this is one great advantage with this, because it is a expansion technique. It's not there is no detonation or there is no shock energy involved in it. It is because of the expansion, not at the comparable pace with the conventional explosive. You can see the event report.
Sir, request to speed up, sir.
The fragmentation analysis also we did, and it was excellent. With the fine fragments which are friendly with all the excavators.
Conclude, sir. Please conclude.
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you. So these are the fly rock. Fly rock also, no, you can see the fly rock, which is the blasting is taken place from 50 meter distance. So it is very harmless. Toe breakage is full toe breakage is there, and there is no back break also. And the damage levels to the parent rock, the back wall, is very minimum, so that improves the slope stability problems. Okay, I will straight away come to the conclusions. So this CODOX breaking technique can be applied to all types of rocks, both medium hard, and soft. The vibration levels are very less, and the air over pressure is also just bare minimum. It is less than the 90 decibels. The damage levels are also very less, so it is very friendly, favorable for the slope stability issues. The percentage of fines is less than 1 mm, so dust problems are also not there. So the storage of liquid, liquid carbon dioxide is much easier in comparison to explosive. CODOX environmental friendly rock breaking technique, because it reduces the carbon footprints, because we are reusing the carbon dioxide, we are not generating it. So it is CODOX technique is safer as well as productive. Therefore, I strongly recommend this technique whenever there is an alternative rock excavation method required for rock excavations. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. It was really nice presentation on non-explosive rock breaking techniques. Of course, it is a very wide subject. We thank you for that. Coming for the next, because we have got a shortage of time. I think by 11:30, no, sir? By 11:30, so we have left with only 70 minutes, I think, and we have to go for 5 presentations. So how much time? 12 to 13, 14 minutes. Yeah. So. Yeah. Next speaker is Dhruv Jyoti and Saurabh from Data Code on seamless data handling from field to resource modeling using lift rope. You have got 12 minutes time, 12-13 minutes time.
Okay.
Please.
Okay, sir.
We are sorry that you have been allotted less time, no?
No, it's fine, sir. I'll be a bit quick. So, hello and good morning, everyone. I'm Saurabh Chandra. I'm a senior geologist, senior exploration geologist and resource geologist in Data Code International. So, can you go to the first slide, please? First slide. Yeah, but it's not working. First slide. First slide. Yeah, fine. Thank you. So, hello again. I want to thank AMI for giving me this opportunity to present our work in front of stalwarts like you. And as the topic of this conference, which is Advanced Technology in Exploration and Exploitation in Minerals, so this topic is self-explanatory for what India need right now at this moment, because to achieve the self-sufficiency in minerals, we need to go for more exploration and mining, and that has to be very quick because we are running against time, and we have lot of dependence in our import of minerals as well. So in line with that, Data Code is a company which partners with different geological and mining software companies to bring cutting edge technologies in India and apply those technologies to solve a lot of problem in the industry as well. So my topic of discussion today will be the seamless data handling from field to resource modeling using an integrated workflow. So it's a list of content. So to start with, as a geologist in exploration or in mining, we are faced with a lot of data, starting from the regional geophysical surveys to geological mapping and sampling as well. Apart from that, there is modeling and core photography, and those data are of multiple phases of exploration as well. There is a lots of legacy data are present on top of that. So those multi-phase exploration data, along with that different exploration data of all those phases, to incorporate all those data, we really need to be very careful because we cannot lose those data. Those data are invaluable for any projects. So to combine all those data and to use all those data, a geologist has to give a lot of effort and has to face a lot of challenge in the industry. So I think this challenges, we have also faced these challenges in one of our projects, which I am going to take a reference from. So so this is a brief of the activities we carried out in one of our recent projects. So what we did is there was a lots of legacy data present in that project. So we had to validate all those legacy data and create a initial model. From that we planned exploration followed by we planned geochemical surveys, and we also generate new targets, and we go for exploration drilling and sampling to create the new model and resource estimation. All these activities we have done, and we have also targeted further identified exploration targeted as well. So to doing that, whatever these are the challenges that we face. So first is managing. We actually operating all this operation in a remote location. So many of our work activity was we are doing from the Nagpur, and the project location was a remote. So in that case, the network connectivity was also poor, which was challenge as well. And there is the incorporation of huge volume of legacy data, which were some were in a hard copies and some were in a soft format. So we had to incorporate all those data, and also we had numerous data duplication in the first phases when we started the projects. And apart from that, we had to relog nearly 27 kilometers of drilling because of the lithology definition changed at the middle phase of the projects. So there was not proper analysis of lithology which had been done later, and we had to change nearly 27 kilometers of logging data after this activity. So it was a huge task altogether. So after that, we also had to do the rapid geological modeling to identify new targets, because 8 or 9 number of drill holes were running there, and we had to identify targets very soon. Otherwise, the utilization of drill rig would have decreased. So these were the challenges, and up next. So this is what the integrated workflow actually looks like. So for a geologist, it would have been a dream that we can have a core photography in a single core photography, our logging data and in a single position or in a cloud, and so we can make models quickly, and we can also do it automatically and also validate our logging data within our core photography in our software. So but this is a reality today with the help of integrated workflow. So so we used 3 softwares by Sequent, which is our also partner. So one software is Imago, another software is MXDeposit, another one is Leapfrog. So Imago is basically a photography tool, core photography tool, where we click the photo with the help of a a DSLR camera. So that is what you need to use Imago. And the photo quality is very good in Imago, which can be processed actually after clicking the photograph. We can also process its resolution and increase its resolution. So that would have been, that is a huge positives. And in MXDeposit also, like, we can operate these softwares offline. So you can directly do logging in our softwares. So these 3 softwares are linked in cloud, which is based on Microsoft Azure solution. So these are the cloud-based softwares where all of the data are integrated in a single place for a single project. Now to go with, this is what Imago looks like. So this is a photography storage tool where you can also see that we can do the validation along with the logging data and core photography in these softwares, and we can also have this weight core photograph and dry core photograph as well here to observe, and we can also see it in a horizontal lineation and also in the linear direction as well to also the validate our logging data. This linear dimension is also very helpful.
Sort of 5 minutes to.
Yeah, sure, sir. So next, it's MXDeposit is a database management system what we also used in our project. So what we did that we used to carry out logging in a tab. So what you need is a tab in the subject in your site. So you don't have to do the logging in hard copies and have to enter it in Excel sheets that we do in generally. So there is a tab where we have actually settled the templates. You can see that's the all templates for whatever data we required. We have pre-settled all those templates, so you can just click and select all those datas and your logging data is prepared, and then you can also import the logging data. So this logging data what we are getting here, it can be also linked with Leapfrog to create the implicit model. So thanks to Kuldeep sir who explained what is implicit modeling is yesterday. So I'm not going to go there. So there is in MXDeposit we can also incorporate soil sample, chip sample, channel sample. So all this sampling data whatever we have along with the GIS maps or shape files, whatever we have, we can incorporate it here. So all those data from various sources we can have in one platform, which can be done in MXDeposit. And the offline, like many of the exploration projects are in remote places, so we have to work offline. So this is also gave us a chance to work offline without the help of internet. What you have to do is just link the tablet once with the internet, and then it will work fine. Just to update the data, you have to once link with the internet. And next, LeapFrog. So the USP of LeapFrog that we also used, and the USP of LeapFrog, as we know, that's it can do very quick implicit modeling. So I think the time of explicit modeling are gone. We don't have much time to create all the sections and links with all the wireframes, like creating a ore body in 3 days or so. So I think implicit modeling is the way to go, and LeapFrog can create very quick implicit modeling. And another dynamic feature of LeapFrog is, once we have the data in MX deposit and we linked with the LeapFrog software, then then with each update in MX deposit, it will automatically update the model in LeapFrog. So we don't have to again do the modeling in LeapFrog as well. So that's how this dynamic process works, so which can save a lot of work in the field. And we can also, as you can see, that we can also integrate our imago photographs in LeapFrog to check that whether the model we are preparing is actually validating with our logging data or not. So you don't have to go and check your core photographs in a different places. You can check here along with the borehole data as well. So yeah, this is really a nice feature that we also used. And the EDA and the geostatistical tool that LeapFrog provides, which is greatly helpful. Like it is very helpful for kriging, for the estimation. Like generating a variogram is very quick in LeapFrog, unlike other softwares. So I think these are the things that we have also used, and we really got good results. So
please conclude actually.
Yeah. So now this use of AI. So in Imago we can extract the color from the codes, and with the help of this color we can directly create this color component of extraction and create directly model in the LeapFrog. So what it will do, like for the commodities like bulk commodities of iron and coal, where there is a color difference, you can actually extract the color and directly model without having the logging data. So it will help to create take the first decision as well for your upcoming exploration and whatever target you want to generate. So I think this feature is also very helpful for quick for quick decision. And another thing is, like, we can also calculate recovery and RQD, which is also done by AI and ML in the Imago software itself. So this is not actually out in the in the market now, but it is coming. So RQD and recovery can be done here in the software only. So in conclusion, basically this integrated workflow can help to save a lot of time and to save money as well. Along with it, can be a very good QA/QC and validation tool. Apart from this, the resource modeling part can be very quick. So overall, it can be very helpful for our exploration project as well if we use this integrated workflow. And all these softwares can be controlled from anywhere. So you can actually engage all the stakeholder of the project from anywhere. So everything can be seen by anyone who is involved in the project by just doing the logging. So that's for the remote project and taking the decision, because it is involving money, all the exploration. So every stakeholders can be engaged 100% with this kind of integrated solution. So I think it may sound a bit costly, or it may seems like a bit costly, but I think time saving and the accuracy it can provide, it's really unparalleled. So I would like to finish with the quote of the great man Benjamin Franklin, like beware of little expenses, a small leak will sink a great ship. So like that only, we have to take this opportunity to explore these technologies so that our exploration activities and mining activities can be beneficial. Thank you.
Thank you, Saurabh. It was nice presentation on LeapFrog software for implicit modeling. So next is I think Mr. Francis have his introduction, and then 15-minute time is there. Yeah, it is hybrid mode.
B. Francis, Dr. B. Francis, who is the MD of Spicy and Smart Ops Australia, he will be delivering a 15 minutes lecture on digital operating models case study at Cullinan Diamond Mines. He has arrived in the conference on 8, but due to some unavoidable reasons, it got delayed presentation, and he will be joining us on hybrid mode in Saudi. So, Mr. Francis, you can start now.
Not audible. Francis, you are on mute, I think.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Excellent. Excellent. So, good morning all. Thank you so much. Like they were saying, I was there in Jodhpur 2 days back, but unfortunately I couldn't present. I had a flight to catch. I'm currently at Saudi in another mining conference. So I have a presentation deck that is ready, and what I'll do is I'll just share that. Cognizant, I've got 15 minutes. Can you see my screen?
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Excellent. So I'll just start with a quick introduction. Burton Francis, that's my name. I did my engineering in electronics from VJTI in Mumbai. I did my master's in engineering management and then did an MBA, that was both from Perth. I've been consulting for the last 15 years. Most of our clients have been in the mining vertical. The other vertical we operate in is the energy vertical, primarily electricity and gas. Spica, that's how we pronounce the name. We're based out of Melbourne, but we have a strong presence in South Africa, New Zealand, and we have over the last couple of months been establishing our presence in India and Arabia. So, the clients I've worked with personally, it is Rio Tinto, Anglo American, Anglo Gold, Petro Diamonds, De Beers, and a few others. Getting into the presentation, firstly a note of thanks, followed by a background introduction. What do we mean by digital operating model? And then we'll take a case study of a project that we're currently doing with Cullinan Diamonds, that is in South Africa, and I'll probably close with some questions if there are any. Firstly, a note of thanks to the Mining Engineers Association of India for extending the invitation to us. We are extremely honored and privileged. Special note of thanks to Dr. Sushil Bhandari for extending the invite and opening up the contacts. Deeply privileged for the opportunity. And everyone who's present. Like I said in the start, I was the day before, but unfortunately, due to certain things, I couldn't present. But I suppose in the new world, when you do it online, it's not very different from doing it in person. That was a note of thanks. Background and introduction. Just a little bit about us, what we do. We are a boutique implementation consulting business. We like to say we're a team of problem solvers who understand the mining vertical very well. We don't sell software. We don't sell a technology of our own. We get engaged by a client when there is a software or a technology that they need implemented and they need our help to implement it. In our experience, a lot of technology projects don't take off or don't deliver the value or the full potential, not because the technology doesn't work, but because the processes or the way people do things have not been changed in order to enable the full value proposition of the system. So I suppose where we come in is we view technology as an enabler. In the mining game, it's about moving the section forward. It's about increasing your production. It's about producing safely. The technology has to be an enabler to do this. So where we come in is if you're rolling out a technology, the system by itself will not give you the complete uplift in the production. You have to change processes. You have to change the current way of working. As a sum total, we call that the operating model. Before I move to the next slide, just with where our name comes from, my managing director came up with the values of the business and he put it into a scrambled online thing and it came up with one name, Spiker. We were formed in 2014, headquartered in Melbourne. These are some of the clients we have worked with. Like I said in the start, mining is one of our key verticals, but not our only vertical. We are extensively present also in the utilities vertical. So the first row you're seeing, those are all electricity transmission and distribution businesses and field service businesses. So Powercore, United Energy, Zinfra, Aurora Energy, they're all electricity businesses out of New Zealand, Australia. The second row you're seeing are all either gas businesses or water businesses, or also some rail. And the last are all the mine companies we worked with. So Anglo American, we have implemented our operating model in pretty much all their coal mines in Australia. And we were then brought into South Africa to implement the same operating model at all their export coal mines in South Africa. Rio Tinto, we've done a couple of mines. Resource Generation is a development mine that is based out of South Africa. Xstrata, which got bought out by Glencore, same thing. We've implemented our operating models all of there. Atlas Zion used to be a small iron ore producer in Western Australia. They got bought out recently by Roy Hill, and of course there is BHP. So this is some of our clients, not all of them. And what we promise and what we have always consistently delivered is at least a 15% uplift in output. If you're in the production section, it is tons mined. If you're in a development section, then it is material moved. This next case study, just slowly segueing into the case study, we partnered with a company called SmartOps. They're based out of South Africa and they are at the forefront of digital transformation. They were doing the project at Petra Diamonds to roll out their system called SiteOps, which helps with planning and scheduling at the coal front. And we have a deep relationship with them over the work that both me and my MD have done in South Africa over the last couple of years. And they asked us to help with the operating model. They're like, they will look after the technology is working, but they need a lot of help with rolling it out at their mine. So the case study is out of Cullinan Diamond Mine. Cullinan Diamond Mine until recently was owned by De Beers. De Beers, I think a couple of years back, sold it off to another mining company called Petra Diamonds. So we were engaged, SmartOps and us were engaged by Petra Diamonds to basically go in, understand the current way of working, implement the system and start getting the benefits out. The benefits they were looking for were a reduction in cost per ton. So just going back a little bit to introductions, talking about two companies, that's Mark Dougal. He was also actually going to come with me to India. He had some issues with his visa at the last minute. So he couldn't make it, but I promised Bandari sir that next time when we do it, he will also come with me. That's myself, Burton Francis. I'm one of the directors. Our partner company, SmartOps, Mahane Benzane, he also tried to make it to India. He also ran into some problems.
Francis, you have to speed up. 5 minutes left.
I have to speed up.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I will speed up. So skipping the introductions, that's Mahane at Shigo, the digital operating model. What do we mean by the operating model? Sum total of the operating model is primarily leadership and culture, the processes that make up the business, the interface protocols, and the technology. I think these slides can be distributed in the end, so I won't go through the slides in much detail. But what we're saying is, if you're rolling out technology, if you roll out technology without looking at processes, the people, the culture, and the way the different departments work with each other, there is a high risk of that technology rollout taking too much time, taking too much money, or worst case, not succeeding. The operating model outcomes that we get, you can broadly classify it into two. One is in maintenance and production, the other is in development and capital projects. Very quickly, this is what we mean by a mine of the future, or call it whatever. You start with an enterprise approach. Your systems have to be connected. The way you plan and operate has to be connected or integrated, and that results in the minimization of risk. A case study, this is what we rolled out at Cullinan. So it's one name for it is a management operating system, or a MOS. It is how they forecast, plan, schedule, implement, report, and review both in their production, maintenance, and their development sections. So we're talking about taking a life of mine plan, breaking that up into a 3-year plan, breaking that up into what needs to be done on a monthly or a quarterly basis. The same thing on the capital investment front, and then breaking that up into annual plans, 3-month rolling plans, and 4-week plans. Where the system SiteOps really shines is in then taking the 4-week or the weekly plans and converting it into clearly defined deliverables at the core phase on a daily or a shift basis. That's where the system really shines. And it drives the behaviors of holding people to account to what do you commit to do and what do you then deliver. Cognizant of time, don't want to go through this in much detail, but I suppose at a later stage, if you're invited the next time, we can come and do a demo or something like that. But to close up, I suppose, and this is just some photographs of the system being rolled out both in Australia. This is the Moomba mine. The bottom left is in a South African colliery. This is again a mine planning meeting. I'm pretty sure this is one of the Anglo mines. I can't remember which one. And that is one of the South African mines. So with that, I suppose I will stop my presentation there. The key message, I suppose, what we're trying to deliver is technology is important, but people, process, and systems go hand in hand. The rollout of the technology must be done simultaneously with the change in a fundamental way in which people work. And the benefits that are expected from the technology must also be clearly defined before these projects start. If there's time for questions, I'm happy to take any, but I think I've already gone over.
Thank you, Francis. It was really nicely explained. Yeah, digital operating models, and then one example was there. So if anybody has got any questions, immediately we can ask him, otherwise nothing. Huh? Thank you, Francis. Thank you from our side.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Next, a very well-known face, Rajesh Purohit sir. I think sir 12-13 minute जैसा भी सर जितना जल्दी हो सके. Yeah. Thank you sir.
Good morning everybody. After hearing from Francis, my heart is beating in a very irregular manner. So to start with, I request that all people which are sitting as my gurus, this is for you. Om Agyanam Timirandasya Jnananjan Salakaya Chaksurunmiliten Yena Tasme Sri Guruna. I am your Shishya. I am your child. I am speaking in a little bit uncomfortable language. So, as this conference is in hybrid mode, I will use certain languages which will be in hybrid. Sometime local language, sometime Hindi, sometime English, sometime computer, sometime mining. These are the languages I can have to chat with you. So, my presentation start. Since last 2 days, we have heard about advanced technology and advanced technology in exploration and exploitations. So people sitting in backbench, they are chatting. So I am asking to those people as because my intention is to attract all these persons which are sitting in this conference hall for another 5 minutes towards me. Are you getting me? Raise your hand. Thank you very much. So last night I could not sleep well, as because last 2 days I am witnessing that lot of my gurus are there from where I have learned a lot. So this particular first slide is shown to you that I have tightened my belt. So I request all these persons sitting in the back bench, you should tighten your belt and pull your socks. As because local language एड़ो पचे कही है, जितो थारो है वो तुम्हारो खराब हुए है. That means whatever brain you have उतना already मेरा खराब हो चुका है. So from that approach to just in time, just as they deserve, with total quality management and total product management, you have to change yourself from that approach to this approach. This is the motto of the advanced technology for exploration and exploitations. Think out of the box. I am basically a mining engineer. Start from local bhasha. Kai bhasha ki karo. 2. All scenario you are going to witness. So basically I am a bhasha. That is why I have started with my slok. And after that I am a mining engineer from MBM. I am proud MBM engineer. So after that I rose to the Tata, then SCL. During my SCL I have witnessed some companies like Hindustan Zinc, SRK Consulting, A.T. Kearney, Oracle, TCS, PESO, PCRA, SRK. Why I am discussing like that? I am giving you a message that basically a local bhasha to convert yourself, and this is your journey, which is my journey. I am sharing with you. So after serving Hindustan Copper with these companies, I have switched over from Hindustan Copper to Indian Bureau of Mines, where I have worked with NIC, Wipro, BISEC for mine surveillance system, and then from IBM to back, teaching process, just like a visiting professor. So starting from what I can say, study, sketch and prescribe, legacy, to virtual reality, visualization and simulation. So certainly technology should be there, and you should be with you, with all this technology. So convert the technology and terminology as per your requirement. So can anybody told me that what is B2B? I suppose there are certain persons who can answer my, as because this is a IT term. So B2B is business to business. Then C2C. This is company to customer. Okay. So certainly mining engineers should know what is D to D. Can anybody? This is drilling to dispatch, yaar. And what is E to E? About the conference, exploration to exploitation. So what is J to J? Can anybody? This is jugaad to just in time, just as they deserve. What is T to T? This is total quality management to total product management. So these are the terminology I will use. I am not going to hand over this mic till they snatch. As because I have a presentation for another say 100 slides. So anyway, I am not going to show all 100 slides. So my approach should be, there are two kind of approach. One is rescue approach, as because I am a rescue trained person and I was active rescue trained person till I was in field. So what is that? Task given. You will be given a task, and that task feedback. Every mining industry will survive on the feedback only, whatever it may be. So approach to problem, then observations, then special observations, then work carried out by you, then task solved, then instructions to next team, as because we are working as a team, not an individual, unlike IT persons. So work as a team. This is a rescue approach, I can say. Another approach, IT people can appreciate me. This is business process requirement approach. Another, solution designing. You have to design a solution for your own. This is a customized solution, it should be. Okay? So after then, configuration and customization. कपड़ा लेके आए, आप अपने लिए सिलवा रहे हैं. This is known as customization. Then testing and training for change management. Technology is there, but change management is not there. We are not going to accept this technology. We have to. Then data migrations from legacy to today's this one, then go live. So this approach to be there. When we are talking about advanced technology in exploration and exploitation, who is going to use? Lot of Internet of Things are there, lot of technology is there, lot of say rock stability and all that blah 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 is there. Who is going to use? You. So that you have to be tighten your belt, pull your socks to use this. Otherwise, what will be? If you are not going to transform, we will give you technology, and this is nothing but garbage in, garbage out. So I can say a last example, then I will just go to slideshow. F-16 was given to Pakistan. This F-16 was placed before this MiG-21 and 29. But what is that? Outcome is that F-16 कुछ नहीं कर सकता भाई, चलाने वाला बैलगाड़ी चला रहा था. So anyway, for total transportation, आपका मुहूर्त कब है, आप कब से चेंज होंगे? टुडे, आज और अभी अपने आप को आप चेंज करके जाएंगे. दिस इज माई मोटो. सो माई प्रेजेंटेशन इज ओवर. Another 100 slides are there. Whatever time you will give, I will certainly go for that. So next please. 3
minutes hai sir.
Anyway, another 3 minutes. Okay, thanks. Just quick. There is a confusion that mining is art or science or artificial intelligence or machine learning, whatever it may be. है कि नहीं है? नेक्स्ट, ये 4 लाइन मैंने जो लिखा है, इसमें चौथी लाइन बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. इसमें है जो सोचता है वो होता नहीं है. मैं सोच के आया कि आज मैं 100 नंबर ऑफ स्लाइड्स दूंगा. 20 मिनट 25 मिनट फर्स्ट वाले को दिया, अभी 12 मिनट मेरे को मिलेगा. देन जो होता है वो सोचता नहीं है. जो हो रहा है मैं सोच ही नहीं रहा हूं, क्या हो रहा है होता रहा. नेक्स्ट, जो होता है वो सोचने लगता है. अभी जो हो गया मैं वही सोच रहा हूं. अरे भाई प्रॉब्लम है, जो हो रही है उसको क्या सोच रहे हो, उसको तो पहले से सोचना चाहिए था आपको. नेक्स्ट, जो सोचने लगता है वो होने लगता है. दिस इज माई इंपोर्टेंट पैरामीटर. मैं जो सोचूंगा वो होगा, तब होगा. इसीलिए मैं सोच के आया था कि मैं इनको कैसे रोक सकता हूं कि मेरे को ये नहीं रोके. This was my motto. So technique 5W1H, every problem has a solution with these 5W1H. Next please. This is my big brother, and he was a mining engineer from MBM, 1982 batch, dedicated to this fellow. He taught me the mining. उसने बोला था, you are in mining business, your challenge is vision, mission, and it should be. So think process improvement, no information technology, live mining. So way back, again college days, 1984 में मैं निकला, 87 सरपेक and उस सॉफ्टवेयर में हम घुसे. Anyway, next please. Next. This is end-to-end process, starting from lease acquisition to again hand over this, and these are the business processes. Next. This is overall process. आपको इसमें से किसी एक प्रोसेस में आपको यहाँ स्लोप स्टेबिलिटी करेंगे. अरे भाई इसमें स्लोप स्टेबिलिटी कहाँ है, कौन सी जगह में है, ये हम डेटा इंटरप्रिटेशन करेंगे. टोटल आप होल टू पार्ट में है ये. सो येलो इज द जियोलॉजिकल बिजनेस, ब्लू is my planning processes, green is my survey processes, and another blue is the execution processes, and these red are the drop processes. I am not going to mind. So just आप इस पिक्चर को अपने दिमाग में रख लीजिए, क्योंकि आगे इसके बाद कोई भी रिटर्न चीज नहीं आएगी. नेक्स्ट प्लीज. दिस इज जियोलॉजिकल प्रोसेसेस. नेक्स्ट. Geological processes as is processes, and it should be whatever it may be. Next. To be processes, पूरा cloud computing पे जाना है. Next.
Sir, another 1 minute.
Okay, I will go. Just just previous. These are legacy. Next. These are latest business survey में. Next. Next. Legacy. Next. Latest. Next. Next. This is the parameters which are playing role in the mining, but not in transparency. Next, please. Use software. Next. Use software. Next. Next. This is scheduler. Scheduling. Next. This is the output of the virtual visualization of these scheduling. Next, please. These are the legacy versus that. Next. Legacy. Next. Comparison between legacy and all that. Next. Output from the this one. Next. Legacy. Next. Legacy. Next. Advancement. Next. Legacy. Next. Advancement. Next. Legacy. Next. Advancement. Legacy. Next. Advancement. Next. Legacy supports. Next. 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 So another, just go for a particular slide which is next. These are the stopping processes. I want to focus that all the stopping process to be highly and robust mine planning should be there. So mine dilution and recovery should be more. Next. These are the, as because we are having shortage of time, that is why I am not going to explain all these. So anyway, next. I will just go to the comparison only. Next. That's just hold. This is the software using for the designing of the stopes. So top level, drill level, and the extraction level. This is the block, and this is all the software we have. Next. This is the 3D. Next. This is the total rings we have designed. Next. This is the stope we have visualization. Next. This is the stope we have proposal. Next. This is the comparison of these two stopes. Next. We have a particular glitch that we can have much percentage of ore having some tonnage of extra ore. Next. So we have analyzed on the software. Next. We have analyzed. Next. Next. This is another proposal for development. Next. No. Just previous slide. Yes, this one. So this is my outcome of this particular lecture. Robust planning should be there so that I'm not sure that you can read, but I can read for you. So during inspection of the time when I was there, the mine management were advised to modify the stope boundaries so that we have another rupees 4 crores worth, and that is my goal. Okay, next. Another 232 crore. Next. 2.8 crores. Next. These are the conclusions. Next. Next. Just hold. I have already taken time from him. Thank you very much.
सर आपने तो पूरा कोर्स रिवीजन करा दिया, 4 साल का कोर्स पूरा रिवाइज हो गया हमको. थैंक यू सर. So mind management, everything is cleared now. Next speaker is Mr. Mataria and Mr. Samara. He will be covering value addition and zero waste bauxite mining. Mataram ji, time limitation ध्यान रखिएगा हमारा.
सभी गुरुवर को प्रणाम, मेरे साथियों को नमस्कार. मैं समाराम राठौड़, इंचार्ज जनरल मैनेजर जीएमडीसी ग्रुप ऑफ ऑक्साइड माइंस कच्छ. मैं कच्छ के वैल्यू एडिशन के बारे में ये बताना कि चैलेंजिंग ऑफ क्वालिटी माइनिंग, particular industry demand of the bauxite, refractory grade, abrasive grade, cement grade, chemical grade. Impurity challenge remove. Silica problem, iron problem, titanium problem, anybody problem. So quality mining is very challenging in bauxite. Bauxite, particular bauxite, refractory grade bauxite deposit on Saurashtra region and Kutch region is gypsatic bauxite. India deposit in 50% deposit in Odisha, but ferruginous deposit and massive deposit. Kutch Saurashtra bauxite deposit only pocket deposit and scattered deposit. So every 3 to 5 meter change the deposit characteristics, bauxite, high grade, low grade. So we are continue pilot project and we are success to in small pilot project mine site, silica reduced by screening process, hydro process. But screening process is suitable on mining site, hydro process not suitable in mine site because the plant process. Gujarat government not allow the groundwater use in mining industry and other. So we are challenging. Now continue. My colleague Mr. H.J. Mataria present the paper. Thank you, sir.
Presentation on initiative on zero waste and mining and value addition at bauxite mining leases of GMDC. जनरली सर ने डिस्कस कर दिया इसके बारे में. बॉक्साइटेज एंड और इट कंसिस्ट द मेन एल्यूमिना एंड मेनली मिनरल द गिप्सेटिक बोएमेटिक एंड डायस्पोर एंड मेन टू आयरन ऑक्साइड हेमेट गोएथाइट एंड ओके सर. And bauxite name village the Lis box in southern France and where it was recognized in 1821. This is the highest production was carried out by top countries, and Australia was the highest. 110 million ton production was did by the Australia, and India was the 5th position. 23 million ton production was did by the India in 2021. And this is the general reserve of India. India has around 660 million ton reserve, and almost 52% reserve as Odisha, and Madhya Pradesh has around 80%, Gujarat has 7%, Chhattisgarh has 5%, Madhya Pradesh has 4%, Maharashtra has 5%, Karnataka has 2%, Jharkhand has 7%, and Goa has 5%. And this is the layout of the Gujarat map. The just bauxite reserve also in the situated in Kutch and Saurashtra region. Generally, Kutch in particularly Abdasa and Nakhatrana and Mandvi district, and Saurashtra region particularly bauxite reserve is situated at Devbhumi, Dwarka and Jam Khambhalia district, and a small part of Kheda district. This is the layout where we did the our pilot based project for screen for value addition at Daban Vamoti bauxite mine. Daban Vamoti bauxite mine is a 642 hectare, is the largest bauxite mine of group of bauxite mine Gatsisa. And generally we practice at our Daban Vamoti bauxite mines, we use the rock breaker instead of blasting, and the ROM, whatever the ROM material has been occurred, it has been shifted to our sorting plot, and manually sorting sizing has been carried out, and after sorting sizing the material has been shifted at our stake, and whatever the fine size material has been raised has been separately staked. This is the general sample of bauxite, NPG bauxite, non-plant grade bauxite. In NPG bauxite, particularly between 40 to 50% alumina, lower medium grade silica, and medium grade iron content. And this is the lateritic bauxite, particularly 30 to 40% and higher silica with higher ferric content. And this is the plant grade bauxite, contain the higher alumina with lower silica and lower ferric. This is the general consumer wise quality standard at GMDC, particularly PG grade bauxite, plant grade bauxite used at refractory and abrasive grade. The alumina content remain particularly 52% and 52% abrasive and refractory grade. Silica required 5 to 6%, calcium required 3 to 3% about, and ferric required 5 to 6%. And the chemical based industry required around 40% of alumina, and silica required 5 to 6%, calcium required 3%, and ferric required around below the 50%. And the cement grade, the fine size, higher silica content in the cement grade bauxite. This is the general layout dry beneficiation of bauxite material where we use at our Daban Vamoti bauxite mine. Due to soft quality of bauxite, we use the general vibrating screen only and separate the bauxite material, stake bauxite material in -10 mm and +10 mm above. And this is the plant base. In case of higher silica, we can use the wet beneficiation process, and a huge amount of water is required for this wet beneficiation process. And it particularly, Kutch is a particularly dry region, hence we cannot use at our site. And fine size, whatever the generated in the wet beneficiation process, we use in cement and alum based industry. This is the before screening result where we did the alumina content was around 40%. The stake 2 alumina percentage was 42, stake 3 for alumina percentage was around 47, and stake 4 42.44, and the silica was from 3.71 to around 12%, and ferric was around 40 to 70%, and small amount of titanium and calcium. This is the result after dry beneficiation process. We find out the silica reduced from stake 1 to 4, and alumina increase from stake 1 to 3, and small amount of alumina decrease from stake number 4, and small amount of titanium also reduce and increase, and calcium also reduce from some of the stake. And this is the value addition in the screen of bauxite material depend on the geology and characteristics of the material, and alumina in +10 mm size increase from stake 1 to 3, and alumina decrease in stake number 4, and ferric content generally +10 mm size decrease, and stake number 2 and 3, and increase the alumina in stake number 1 to 4 respectively, and calcium decrease in +10 mm size from stake 1 to 4, and small amount of titanium increase in stake number 1 and decrease in stake number 2, 3 and 4. And this is the recommendation in case of a higher ferric material we can use in small cupola based industry. And if we use the pocket mining, because bauxite mining is not in homogeneous deposit, it is a heterogeneous deposit.
Mataji ji, 2
Yes,
minutes.
ठीक है,
Only 2.
Last. The dry beneficiation process.
हाँ सर, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल सर.
Dry beneficiation process reduce the external silica only. Internal based silica reduce technology should be developed and chemical process based technology reduce the silica may increase the cost for alumina extraction. We may use the wet beneficiation process for validate the alumina bauxite material. Thank you.
यादव सर कुछ पूछ रहे थे.
इन्हीं की बात को सपोर्ट करते हुए आगे बढ़ाना चाहता हूँ. कच्छ बात है, कोरोना काल में हम लोगों ने सभी ने एक टर्म सुनी होगी, ऑक्सीजन कंसंट्रेटर. ऑक्सीजन कंसंट्रेटर सिंपली कुछ नहीं, एक पंप होता है और उसमें एक मॉलिक्यूलर शीव होती है. द मॉलिक्यूलर शीव का जो मटेरियल होता है जियोलाइट होता है. जियोलाइट का बेसिक रॉ मटेरियल कच्छ बॉक्साइट इज वेरी मच सुटेबल फॉर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग द जियोलाइट. सेकेंडली, अभी हमारे जो पूजा वगैरह होती है, गणेश जी की गणेश स्थापना होती है, दुर्गा पूजा होती है, मूर्तियां प्लास्टर ऑफ पेरिस या क्ले की बनाई जाती है. कच्छ बॉक्साइट एंड सौराष्ट्र बॉक्साइट इज वेरी मच सुटेबल फॉर फिटकरी एलम. अगर गणेश जी की या दुर्गा जी की मूर्तियां इसकी बने, इमर्शन भी इसी का हो तो वाटर प्यूरिफिकेशन भी होगा. पहले 90s तक वहां पर डाउन स्ट्रीम इंडस्ट्री में बहुत सारी फिटकरी की फैक्ट्री आती, पता नहीं वो क्यों बंद हो गई. अगर इसी लाइन पे दोबारा सोचा जाए तो इसका जो लो ग्रेड बॉक्साइट है कच्छ का, इसका उपयोग होगा, वाटर प्यूरिफिकेशन भी होगा, मतलब आम की आम गुठलियों के दाम.
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू फॉर नाइस एक्सप्लेनेशन. थैंक यू माताराम जी.
सर,
थैंक यू श्यामराम जी. यस श्यामराम जी कुछ बोल रहे हैं.
यस सर, चौधरी साहब ने बताया वी आर ऑलरेडी जॉइंट वेंचर ऑफ गुजरात क्रेडो मिनरल and zeolite is product only one in India, and potash Coppola start to supply the bauxite GMDC last 1 year. I myself survey and process now start the Coppola and potash start in Gujarat, right? Thank you. Any question, sir? Sir, Goel sir.
Thank you Shamaram ji. Thank you for nice presentation and enlightening on zero waste mining at bauxite mining by GMDC. Yes, sir.
We are short of the time. Individual, you may ask the question.
Okay, sir. So the next presentation, yeah.
One more presentation left.
One more presentation is left, sir. And we have got almost 13 minutes only. So Rishikesh Nayak ji, Dr. Rishikesh Nayak from NIT Rourkela, evaluation of pull-out test for design underground coal mine support system for depulling operation. You have got 13 minutes, sir. 13.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Good morning. One of my students has worked on evaluation of the pull-out test to design underground coal mine support systems for depulling operations. As you know, the surface mining is widely used in coal mines nowadays to get more profit. But there are so much of coal lying at a greater depth and people are not venturing because of the strata control problem. So now we have to think and design the underground support system so that the people can work comfortably, safely, without fear of roof fall. As you know, the underground coal mining is widely used as board and pillar method of mining, where different type of support systems are used. One of the best system used is the rope bolts. For the rope bolts, people conduct the pull-out test. So we are working on that aspect to evaluate the performance of the rope bolts by using this test. So the coal is major source of energy. That's why people are widely exploiting the deposits for the power generation in our country, and majority of the production is coming from the open cast mines. But underground coal mining in India is predominantly carried out by board and pillar method of mining, and the mechanized deplaring operation is providing faster rate of extraction and improved safety factor. So our objective was to simulate the pull-out test. One of my students, Nihal Chandra Das, he carried out this study by using the field data and by using the ANSYS software in the laboratory. Today he is working in Tata Steel Mines. He could not come for the conference. On his behalf, I am going to present whatever work is done. This is the methodology used. First, he studied the literature available to apply the simulation study, designing, simulation, analysis, and conclusion. The pull-out test and numerical methods were studied widely and extensively to understand the problem, and after that, the real pull-out test was carried out in the mines and simulation study was done. And as you know, there are three types of bolts are there: mechanically anchored bolts, friction anchored bolts, and fully grouted rock bolts. So out of these three types of bolts, all the study was carried out in the coal mines of Southeastern Coalfields Limited, and this is one of the bolt when the mechanically anchored rock bolt, when the bolt is rotated, the wedge is pulled into a conical expansion cell. The cell is forced to expand against and into the rock wall of the hole. This is another type of friction anchored rock bolt and injection of Swellex material to strengthen the strata. And this is fully grouted rock bolt. The bolt consists of three parts: a rod is there, a plate is there, and a bonding material is there. And this is the mine's view. A and B row bolts acting as a caving breaker line in A and no breaker line at B. And these are the advantages of your rock bolts, that is higher load bearing capacity with least time, better degree of mechanization, more compatible with water strata, provides better support resistance even under poor roof conditions. And this is the pull-out test we carried out in the mines. This is the pull-out test setup in the mines to study the performance of the row bolts. And these are the description for the test: diameter, length, gel type, set time are taken for the test. And bond strength is the applied load at which the curve falls and its slope below 20 kilonewton per millimeter. These are the performance standards. The average bond strength over 50% of the whole length needs to exceed 130 kilonewton for a bond length of 300 millimeter. Like that, we used a software which is your ANSYS software for design of the rope bolts in underground coal mines in board and pillar method of mining. And the ANSYS software is a very robust software for design of various structures. So we took the help of this software for doing the job. And for that purpose, we collected the engineering data, geometry, model, setup, solution, and results are obtained for the pull-out test. So these are the various methods used for the software. And this is the design aspect. And these are the geometry was obtained after pulling out the materials in the model setup. This is the stepwise meshing and connections were carried out by using the simulation study, and the results were obtained. And the simulation results was aimed for the design of the roof bolts systematically, pre-processing, solver, post-processing and production workflow algorithm of the simulations using ANSYS software. And these are the different type of materials used for the study. And these are the parameters used for the ANSYS analysis: block type, cube dimension, hole length, hole diameter, density, Young's modulus, Poisson's ratio, bulk modulus and shear modulus. And for the parameter for the bolt, parameter for the grout, parameters, other parameters are used for the study. And application of the pull-out force was done for the bolt in the mines, and deformation was observed. So this is the verification carried out in the mines by using the software, and these are the results obtained. Finally, we did the analysis and concluded the study. So from the analysis, plot between models by changing grout length from diameter 22 millimeter to 27 millimeter respectively, compared to the length of 22 millimeter, 35 millimeter respectively, fixed grout length of 300 millimeter. And the results are very encouraging, and the verification was also done in the mines, and the results are matching with the applied load and the load bearing capacity of the bolts. And this is the analysis number 1. Then analysis number 2 was carried out, and these are the results obtained. And finally the results which we are obtained from the analysis by merely increasing the thickness, the bond strength not going to increase. Model number 1 performing better than 2 and 3, but the performance enhanced at higher load. So this is analysis number 3, and these are the results obtained, and these are the conclusions obtained from the study. So from the conclusion, bolt diameter of 22 millimeter has a better performance in spite of having a lower thickness than that of bolt of 20 millimeter diameter at all lengths. And here we will try to understand the effect of the bolt length by plotting graph between models of different bolt length with fixed diameter. And these are the results obtained from the study. And for A4, analysis 4, hence the length of bolt must be selected as suitable for the geomining and working condition of the area. Finally, this is the conclusion with the case studies in the mines.
Sir, 2 minutes left.
Okay, this is the final last slide. So this project was obtained from Coal India. So this project started to answer whether the numerical modeling technique be used for conducting pull-out test or not. After establishing the validity of the model, we had performed various analyses to find out the influencing parameters in the components of the rogue bolt. We had deduced the following results. So these are the findings from the study, and recommendations are given for effective use of rock bolts for giving proper support to the deploying operations. So the model analysis that we have developed during this project can be further evolved in various Indian geomining conditions. Not only coal mining, it can be also tried for the metal mines, and can be used to design an optimum rope bolt system, which will not only increase the safety measure or decrease the investment in rope bolt, but will also promote the scientific mining in India, digital mining. So these are the references we carried out. And finally, thank you all for your kind attention.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Saab. It was a nice presentation on practical uses of pull-out test in designing the support system. Thank you for all the presenter. And last 2 minutes with Dr. Boda, Professor Boda.
Thank you, dear. We had a nice session. We had a nice session. The spectrum, it was covered, whole spectrum was covered, including field personals, scientific agencies, ex-government officials. So we liked the topics also. So first it was started by Mr. Ramlu. He very aptly covered that topic, that is paradigm shift of blasting. And since India and world is developing fast and we need very much town planning and urban planning, so a lot of services are required. So how to go with that? So he suggested plasma blasting, non-X rock breaking, and cortex blastings. So it has been done on a small level, but need to be successful at bigger level. We wish him success. Then we go to a young presenter, that is Mr. Saurabh, a good presentation, and he showed us Imago, how the proper data integration is a key to success for a accurate resource estimation. So I wish good success to geologist also, because he is the key to mine life. Then we had a Francis online. He showed how a digital operating mode with breaking into a number of steps. Micro level planning, scheduling is a part of his code. Then sincere thanks and respect to Sri Rajneesh ji. He showed our basics, philosophy and ethics for mining professionals. And he continued with the Bharatiya Sanskriti, and he started with the Sanskrit slok and giving optimum respect to his seniors with his slok. And he showed we were knowing only A to A, B to B, C to C, but he continued till T to T, total quality management to total productivity. That was the highlight, and he emphasized on robust planning for a single gram of ore can be extracted. Thank you very much, sir. Then we came to GMDC, where they showed how in depleting resources, any resources that are being depleted, how we can extract it out with the removal of impurities, silica reduction with the screening system, and bauxite is a rare commodity for India also. So we say them to continue this practice. And Rishikesh Nayak, NIT Rarkola, yes, very good topic, use of rock bolts, and got desired bond strength which was needed for that support system. And this is a simulation study which were carried out successfully in SECL. I think a good future ahead for the mining personnel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So thanks to the organizers. We are 8-minute delay from the schedule actually, so no issue. So I think pardon us on that part. So that's all for this session.
I would like to thank all the speakers for this enlightening session. I think the knowledge given by you will eventually be great help and will increase the sustainability in the industry. Now I request our chair and co-chair Bhanu Bhatnagar sir, Head Mining and Raw Material Adani Cement, and Rajendra Bora sir, AVP Wonder Cement, to honor our speakers with memento. Firstly, Dr. More Ramulu sir. Mr. Saurabh sir. Rajneesh Purohit sir. S.J. Materia sir. Dr. H.K. Nayak, sir. We also thank Francis, sir, for joining us. Now I request Mr. R.S. Rathore, sir, to honor the chair and co-chair with memento.
I thank both our chair and co-chair for leading the session. Now I would request all of you to take a short tea break, and we will shortly meeting after a sharp 15 minutes. Our next technical session 6, will be starting in 15 minutes with the topic of emerging technology in mineral exploration and management, which will be chaired by U. Vishwanath sir, advisor GMDC, and co-chaired by Sunil Vashish sir, GM Vedanta. I request all the speakers, Professor G.K. Pradhan sir, Anirban Das and V. Upagundri sir, Dr. S.R. Malik sir and Professor B.K. Pal sir, Dr. Alam sir, Mahesh P. Purohit sir, Mr. Binod Kumar sir, Harsh Chauhan and Yash Gupta and Kapil Tiwari to submit their presentations to the respective management team. I request all of you to arrive by 15 minutes sharp.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are about to start the session. I request U. Vishwanath sir, advisor GMDC, and Sushil Vashist sir, GM Vedanta, to please have a seat on the dais. I request our speakers, Professor G.K. Pradhan sir, A. Das sir, S.R. Malik sir, Dr. Alim, Mahesh P. Purohit sir, Mr. Binod Kumar sir, Harsh Chauhan, and Kapil Tiwari to proceed to the stage.
It is requested to Sri Malik to hand over the presentation. Sri Malik, please. We don't have your presentation. Malik sir is there? Okay. Okay. Thank you very much.
Mike.
Hello. Good morning, and we are nearing good afternoon. So we have the second session, and we have very interesting presentations coming ahead of us. So first of all, we have the keynote lecture by Professor Pradhan, who will be talking on a very topical topic. So I request Professor Pradhan to give his keynote address. Sir, we are short of time, and we may have to restrict you to 15 minutes.
Sure. It is a dual presentation. I will take 10 minutes, and Mr. My co-author, he will give another 3, 4, 5 minutes.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Good afternoon, sir. It is my pleasure to be here again on the 4th edition of this international conference. I never missed this conference till today. Hopefully in the future I will continue to come here to enjoy the hospitality of and blessings of our Bhandari Sahib. So I am talking on a point which is very much emerging in the national scenario. And for last 11 years I am with AKS University, where we are into various projects, consultancy, whatever you call it. One of the key areas we have come across is the transition from open cast to underground. Most of the metal mines are now facing this problem, and this story started with Odisha. When the chromite mines started getting deeper and deeper and deeper, and they found that the extent of overburden handling is too much, so they have gone for underground operations. It started with FECR, then IMPA, Odisha Mining Corporation, and I think there are going to be another 6 or 7 mines in the pipeline coming up with the transition stage from open cast to underground. And the biggest example here in Rajasthan, Rampur Agucha is the best example. They started with open cast and converted into a mega underground mine. Next slide, please. Hello. Acha. The journey started from Odisha, then came this into being is Agucha, and Agucha did a wonderful work by planning before 5 years. उनका जो डेडलाइन था to start an underground mine, before that 5 years they converted their mining operation in a manner that their underground excavation will be stable enough. As a result, they use largest quantities of electronic detonator in the open cast mining. That is the only mine in the world where electronic detonators costing 1800 rupees per piece in dollars were used in large quantities in Agucha. People were thinking, what are they doing? They are doing for ensuring that the cracks, micro cracks, whatever it may be, does not go beyond the bottommost point of the open cast mining. So the preparation has helped them to establish a mega open cast mine, and the returns as well as the profitability is very high in case of Agucha. From Agucha, then we went to the Malanskand Hindustan Copper because of financial strains and other things. Although Malanskand story in 1980 itself, when the mine started with open cast, Russians were involved in the preliminary, in their DPR. They recommended after you cross 300 meters, immediately you have to switch over to underground operations. But because of this LME pricing and all those things, they could not do it in time. But fortunately, in last 5 years' time, they have converted the entire operation into underground excavation. And that is another big achievement for copper mining in India, where they have gone for a mega mine designed for 5 million tons per annum of copper. We happen to be visiting very frequently Malanskand. It is inaccessible by any means, but now the roads have come, but rail is yet to come. But imagine 5 million tons they have to handle. And all the ROMs have to be crushed, and after initial preparation, it will come for recovery of copper. Next slide, please. अच्छा इसी में होगा? अरे very good. So, when it comes to sustainability, when the transition stage takes place, it fits into all the sustainable points, 17 SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. Because what happens when a mine in open cast gets closed, you will find unemployment is a big risk. Number two is that the infrastructure built for open cast mining becomes too big for an underground mining. Their material handling system, their processing units, everything becomes too big. And utilizing them becomes another Hercules task for them. And next comes is the safety point of view. Skilling of manpower. The biggest problem Malanskand faced is that they had all the people having first class restricted open cast mining certificate and second class and foreman certificate also. The moment they converted into underground, they had the challenge of getting unrestricted certificate holders. Although they have supplemented from Khetri, but they faced a lot of problem. And if this way you go, when we convert into open cast to underground, we cover almost all the 17 points, and the biggest challenge in our country is employment and maintaining the overall sustainability of the local people. If you happen to visit any of the big open cast mine, you will find the entire economy of the area is totally dependent on that mine. Same is the case with Malanskand. Next. From AKS University, we are associated with two mines. One is Ramrama open cast, Ramrama mine of AP Trivedi in Balaghat, and the other is a mine near Chhindwara. These are all historical mines started by the Britishers, handed over later on to the Indian entrepreneurs. This is one mine. This had a 2.5 kilometer strike length and 1.2 to 1.5 kilometer width manganese ore body, rich manganese, lot of potential. But again, they faced after 200 meters, they had the problem of एक्सपैंडिंग द माइंस, वो बहुत सारे रेस्ट्रिक्शन है, 7.5 मीटर एक्टो रेस्ट्रिक्शन है, फिर मेंटेनिंग ओवरऑल स्लोप स्टेबिलिटी, पिट स्लोप स्टेबिलिटी एंड ऑल दोज थिंग्स. So they had no other option but to go for underground mining. This is the mine where we did the geotechnical study from our university, and after entering into the underground excavation, they really faced a lot of problems, manpower, then getting skilled people, because open cast you can hire and fire anybody and bring anybody, put him into task, can be a truck operator, dumper operator, whatnot. But here getting the skilled people was a difficult task, which they have overcome all these years. And then we came into picture for ensuring the data monitoring as well as impact of blasting on the roof and the sides of the excavation, like permanent excavation like shafts and inclines. So this is what, at the quarry edge they have started this operation. They are so lucky, when they started the shaft sinking, they got into manganese ore. Right in the development stage, they started making money. And my only message to them that when you are making money, try to invest maximum on the research and development and go for all studies, whatever is possible, apart from various statutory surveys. You go for all rock making studies so that you maintain good productivity and production and safety in the excavation. Next. This is how it is all defined. I am not, it is, you're all learned people. These are some of the problems. And when we come across, when the transition stage takes place, it starts from volume of excavation deteriorating, haul roads. Because what happens when you are working underground, you have to maintain all the excavation in the top also in good condition. And one of the biggest problem is the water handling of water in the, because when you go for underground, people think that, oh, to underground ho gaya, open cast ko chhod do. No, you can't. It has to go in tandem. You may not be excavating ore or overburden, removal of overburden, but you have to ensure that all your slopes should be stable enough, all your pumps should run, all your pumping system should be intact. Then only you will find a very safe working underground, below ground. These are some of the points I have highlighted. This is the scenario of Malanskand. You imagine, Malanskand ye halat hua when their biggest dumper, 100 ton dumper, for reversing, they didn't have a place. Although they had 10 cubic meter shovels, electric rope shovels, equivalent quantity that 100 ton dumpers were there, they didn't have space. Almost 4 to 5 benches, they have to reverse the dumpers, half filled. Imagine how much of tire life has deteriorated, diesel was burnt. But thanks God they have gone for 2 declines, 2 shafts, and also they laid infrastructure in such a manner today they are running 65 tonner loaders. Although it is fully operated by contractors, they fine-tuned the operations in such a manner they are all set for maintaining, achieving 2.5 million tons this financial year. And in another 3 to 4 years, they will be touching 5 million tons. And the excavation, when you enter into the decline, you will really feel proud that we are a proud Indian engineer. This is one of the projects where foreigners were not involved. Although the recommendation initially came from Russians, but entire excavation, everything was in-house. And Chinese were involved only for the shaft sinking part because they, in public sector purview, we have to go for L1 and all those things. Chinese did also a wonderful job there, achieving all records of monthly targets of sinking and other things. This is another Palasmani manganese mine. That's what I was talking near Chhindwara. There also, they converted the mine into underground. One more mine is in the pipeline, that is near Jhabua. Again a manganese mine. The mine is again 2 kilometer strike length and 1.5 kilometer width. They have also facing the problem of lower output productivity of the dumpers, more maintenance of dump trucks and other things. So our suggestion was to immediately switch over to underground operations. And in this context, I am seeking the help of Mr. Rajmani also. I have briefed him that he will be along with us. And the best part is that in Nagpur, there are people available to immediately go for soft sinking and all these associated development in underground operations. This is how the Ramrama manganese mines things have improved. The underground has picked up like anything. This is a beautiful picturesque mine. आप कभी वहाँ जाएंगे लगेगा you are in Simla. Whether you go in a winter or a summer, it's a beautifully developed mine. The open cast is still going on, but restricted. You can see from this graph how much open cast production has gone down, whereas the underground has picked up, and they are making good money. The best part is they are making good money safely. Do you know there is no word called waste? The management is so open for technology. Every bit of manganese waste they are recovering. Whatever we read in mineral processing or everything they are practicing there. Anytime I go there after 2 months or 3 months, I find another new addition of flocculation unit or some screening plant, washing plant, whatnot, testing. There one interesting thing I have seen, I will share with you, all those who are having the solar, not on rooftop but on the floor, there we found interestingly quartz below the solar panel. Then I asked, what is this use of quartz and other things? And again, over quartz there is dolomite powder. Some Canadian company has given them the opinion that if you go for quartz and dolomite powder, after right up to 8 o'clock in the night, when the sun is not there, your panels will be heating and you will be generating electricity. This is one very interesting thing I have seen. Now I have asked them what is the technology behind it, what is the, because ये ऐसे forum में बोलने से लोग कल को पूछेंगे what is the, because when you go for approvals and other things, they want all theta, beta into the formulas and how this is possible and other things. This is one interesting thing. Small mines are really doing wonders. So this transition has really improved the recovery of ore, laid more emphasis on both open cast and underground. You cannot get rid of open cast at the cost of underground. And with this, I invite my co-author. He will talk something about high wall mining. This is another step in our country in coal mining, where a lot of coal are still locked on the high wall edges. Plus, वो 7.5 meter तो है ही, वो तो that we cannot transgress, we cannot get rid of it. He had started one of the best operated high wall mining. That is another transition from open cast into high wall technology. Mr. Mittal, please.
Thank you, Pradhan Saab. You completed in 15 minutes.
So how much time, sir?
3-4 minutes.
Okay.
He's got wonderful slides.
Okay, good afternoon to everyone. On the dais of the dais, actually I retired from SECL as area general manager, and I have the privilege that the first time this high wall mining was introduced into my area, that was in Jodhpur area and Sharda mine. At the same time it was introduced in Singareni also, but Singareni could not get more success and we have become more successful. So I will just put some slides there. This is the high wall mining. Actually, this one. Okay. This is the machine which is for high wall mining, and first time Bodgodia, one party has introduced this, brought it. This is the method extension, just animation. And where it is just a combination of underground and surface mining, and it is useful where the coal left in the high wall and can be extracted with the technology. Where open cast is not at all feasible and the thickness of the seam is so less that we cannot go for underground. In this way, this is successful. Major factors: coal recovery and stability high wall, reduce the failure and reduce damage. I am just going slightly fast. Main application is coal blocked on the high walls, in the boundaries, near the forest, and where either you cannot go for open cast and neither you can go for underground mining. There were different themes in Sharda high wall mining. I will just go to the operation system. Yes, you see the seam thickness is even 0.40. So it can take the coal up to from 0.4 to 4.2 meter. We have heard in there was thickness of the seam was only 0.9, and at the earlier that seam was abandoned and the top seam was taken, and then again overburden was done there. Again overburden was removed, and this less thickness coal was recovered very successfully and very profitably. Here can you see the machine. Actually what happens from the top to the bottom with normal open cast method, coal is excavated. At the bottom where seam this machine has to place, only 40 meter width is required. It can go on either side. I will show you the next slide. Yeah, yes, this is the real picture, which is the where I have worked in Sharda High Vol Mining. You can see the machine is there, and in between there is a trench with a width of 40 meter, and it is taken from the normal open cast method, and that coal between this trench has been taken by normal open cast. Now this machine is started working. Yes, you can see the aerial view. This is the trench, 40 meter, and length is about 1.5 kilometer. Here you see, this is the cut. The size of the cut depends on the machine. First time we have taken only 2.9 meter thickness, and between two cut there is a left, it is called a web pillar. The thickness of the web pillar depends upon the height, strength of the overburden, and many factors. First time we have introduced the thickness of the cut was 2.9 meter, and the size of the web cut was only 0.9 meter. And after every 20 cuts, as we used to leave the boundary in underground mining, there has to also leave a boundary that is called the panel barrier, and the panel barrier is about more than 5 to 7 cuts. Here you see the white portion is the web cuts, and this black is given as a web pillar. This web pillar is left between two simultaneous cuts. Earlier permission was given only up to 200 meter, but in many countries, Australia and other countries, the permission is given up to 500 meter, because there is a restriction from the DGMS that we cannot take the flexible cable more than 200 meter. So the length was only up to 200 meter. Now recently DGMS has given permission up to 300 meter. So we are going up to the depth of 300 meter and taking the entire width. You see, this is a plan showing the 3.5 meter cut and the size of the web pillar. Here you can see, this is the old system where the length is, you can see on the right side, it is given as a 200 meter. 200 up to 200 meter coal was taken, but as I told you recently, the DGMS has relaxation, they have given permission up to 300 meter, so we are driving up to the 300 meter. But in other countries, they are going up to the 500 meter also. Here this is the final view. You see, after taking the coal, it is completely filled with water. The nearby villages also get sufficient quantity of water. There is no damage, no house to be removed. Only we require the place where trench has to be cut. Here is some conclusion. I am not going to detail because
2 more minutes, sir.
Yes, I will complete within minutes, sir. This is the way of the calculation of the pillar size and web pillar size. I am not going to the detail. There are many formulas. Recently, all are using this Benevisky formula. It is very common here. Factor of safety is taken. One is we are taken up to 1.3. Earlier you used to take 2.0 also, but gradually as we have become well accustomed and DGMS has also got a faith that we are going to 1.3 factor of safety also. Here different size, different factor of safety, because as you increase the factor of safety, naturally you have to increase the size of the web pillar, size of the barrier pillar. Bokaro is also doing the same thing. I will just use the one pic of the Bokaro. Yes, Tata. We have from Sharda and Signali, they are going from top to bottom, and in the case of Tata, they are taking from top to bottom. They first taking the thing is the top bottom seam, then get taking two seams. You can see they are taking two seams at the same time. This is all about the high vol mining.
Thank you, sir.
10 seconds. The best part of it is that Sarada's success is because of smooth wall blasting. And SCCL people, without taking any consultancy from anybody on the earth, they developed their own system of smooth wall blasting and maintained a very stable, because when your machine of 150 and odd crores is there, the top should be very stable enough. You must have seen in the pictures, they still, after 10 years also, they are quite stable. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have a paper by a budding geologist, Mr. Anirban Das, on understanding the controls and guides of mineralization at Basantgarh multimetal deposits and resource evaluation, co-authored by me and him and me. You have 15 minutes.
Okay, sir. Good morning, all audience over here, and thanks, Vishwanath Saab, to introduce the paper. I would like to thank the overall GMDC management and MEMI to give me that opportunity to speak on the exploration target generation and also the resource estimation for Basantgarh copper zinc deposit. Copper is now a very critical mineral, even if it can also, we can talk about copper, it is a new lithium. Recently, there is a paper article published by Vedanta Economist, and it shows we will be talking about introduction, and after that global and domestic drivers of copper market, and the importance of copper exploration, why we need to explore copper, principal drivers and the long-term growth in copper production, great tonnage relationships of copper deposits, and after that Indian scenario where I work in Ambaji, a very holistic place, and from there that is the head of the deposit, and it is going up to Pindwara, and there are plenty of deposits, VMS deposits lies in the Sirohi district of Rajasthan, and also in the Ambaji and the nearby areas. So that has to be explored, and we will talk about the exploration potential in that area, and also we will talk about the technicalities like the drill hole data analysis, the longitudinal vertical section plant levels, block models, resource model, resource estimation, and also we will discuss about two technologies that can be adapted for the exploration of copper deposits. So as you can see that there are key drivers for the copper in the domestic and international market. The copper demand is expected to grow by 1.5 to 2K by 2030. Global supply is also expected to grow up to 38 million ton, and that can also go up to 5% CAGR by 2040. Mid-term price expected by the potential gainers, and also there are plenty of opportunities, like you can see the global assessment of the market. The copper concentrate demand will go up to 5.1% from 2021 to 2025. Who knows, it can go up to 10% as well up to 2030. If we see the domestic market assessment, we will see the same thing, that the demand is increasing. The copper concentrate and the smelted copper grades are really in high demand. So we need to explore the deposits what we have in India, and we need to generate revenue out of it. So if you can see the map, the Chile probably is giving us the most tonnage of copper, and followed by United States, Africa, Europe, China, Latin America, Canada, etc. There is a pattern in the graph. If you can see, if you can see that here the copper production is increasing, and also the world reserves are also, when the world reserves are increased. So if you have the reserves, you can mine it. If you don't have the reserves, you can't mine. So you need to increase the reserve and the resources base of copper deposits all over the world. There are principal drivers, or I should say enablers, for the long-term growth of the copper production, that improved technology, and after that rising in solvent extraction, the large, more efficient mine haul trucks, cost-effective energy, chemical inputs, availability, cost of the labor and expertise. I have highlighted two things where I can contribute. As a student of exploration or a student of geology, I can contribute. That is the favorable geology, the grades declines when the deposits became larger. We are talking about resource estimation. When we actually estimate the resources in a cut-off grade, say around 0.5%, if you dilute the cut-off grade in 0.2%, the deposits became larger. Successful exploration techniques to be adapted in these kinds of deposits in copper, like VMS deposits, and also in the porphyry type of deposits. There is a paper of Gavin Mard and et al. They have actually analyzed 76 deposits where they have highlighted, I will talk about the VMS type of deposits. So here we can see that the copper of the high grade ores, more than 5% copper, tonnage are large, less. So we are dealing with this kind of deposit. Basantgarh is that kind of a deposit that is a low tonnage, but it has high grade. So larger project scale has to be highlighted by using low cut-off grade modeling for the copper. Resource estimation, again, resource estimation in a lower cut-off grade may help to increase the overall resource and the project life cycle. Here I will come to the Indian scenario. Here lies the Ambaji deposit, and after that there is Deri, then Pipela, Basantgarh, Dhanwa and Pindwara. This is the belt, and this is a triangle where we plotted lead, zinc and copper ratios. That will show you that Ambaji and Deri are having the lead, zinc, copper variants. These are Koroko type deposits, and some are in the back arc setup like Basantgarh and Kalabar, and all these Pipela and these deposits are in the back arc type of setup. So in this I will highlight that there is a paper where people have reported 800 to 1000 ppm of cobalt in Basantgarh pyrites. So there are potential of other minerals, other elements as well, like cobalt, silver and gold even. Dhanwa has reported gold in some of the GSI literatures we have studied. So these areas have tremendous potential, not only for the copper. There will be cobalt, silver, gold, all these things if we can explore that systematically. See, this is the map that is showing the whole area is having plenty of deposits, and deposit trends have been highlighted. The trend of the deposits are different. If we club together all these deposits, 8-9 deposits, you have 17 million tons now, with around a grade of 1 to 2% of copper, and in some places there are zinc and lead is quite less, and also silver and gold are there in some of the deposits. And this is the geological overview of the Basantgarh area. This is in the South Delhi Fault Belt, and several base metal deposits are there in Basantgarh multi-metal deposits in the Ajabgarh group, like we have told that in Ambaji, Deri, Pindwara and also Pipelia, Dhanwa, all these prospects are lying over here in the bimodal volcanics, and the general trend of the rock is northeast southwest, and dips are varying from 60 to 80 degrees, and the geological investigation of the deposits has around a strike length of 1000 meter, and the general trend of the ore body is north 25 degree to south 25 degrees. So you can see here I have plotted a map of Basantgarh. Recently visited the field and have some data of previous data of chemical analysis done in the Gaussianized area. You can see the 0.5 to 0.7% even copper are there in the slag and the Gaussianized horizon. There are structural controls we have tried to sum up in a slide. There are two sets of joint followed by a open slightly overturned sink form, the plunging 20 degree towards north-northeast, and the mineralization control in the eastern limb that is nearly vertical, and that will give us the emphasis that the eastern limb is also only explored up to 200 meter depth, 200 to 250 meter depth. There may be a possibility to increase in the resource base in the when we drill that deposit downward, and it can be double, it can be triple even. We don't know. We have to drill to understand and also adapt the new technologies, emerging technologies is exploration. So we have done some exploration data analysis on the Basantgarh drill hole data drilled historically, and it has the mean values of the one lens is 2.39% and zinc is 1.4, and another lens is having 1.4% copper and zinc 1.2. So if you see the plots, the scattered plot, it will show that the most concentration of the copper mineral are in actinolite biotite quartz schist, followed by quartz biotite sericite schist. Here actinolite and the biotite are coming as an alteration product. So
5 minutes.
Okay, sir. So these are the alteration zones that has to be tracked, because within that alteration zone the ore body lies. So alteration mapping through different technologies, and also through the systematic drill core logging, geophysics, IP resistivity survey, that can also help to detect new mineralizations. If you see that longitudinal vertical section of these two lanes, you will see not a single barren hole drilled below this 200 level. So this gives us the opportunity. Here lies the opportunity. Just below that horizon there will be the chance for getting mineralizations. I would talk about Sindasar Khurd, where I worked for 4 years. There it was around 14 million ton when my exploration started by Hindustan Zinc, and last day Kuldeep sir presented it is around 137 million ton. So this is the importance of exploration, how the resource and reserves can increase by systematic exploration, inclusion of technologies, drivers in the exploration team itself, with cutting edge technology, new technologies that Saurabh explained previously, that can be adapted, the LeapFrog and all these softwares like DataMine, and also exploration data analysis, geotechnical softwares, geostatistical softwares, all that can be used. So it has tremendous depth potential, and this is the level plan that is showing the ore bodies are north 25 to south 25, and there are gaps in between. So that levels has to be drilled properly, and the driller spacing has to be reduced to increase the resource base. So this is the basic geological cross section. These are the block model parameters that has been taken for the estimations of the ore body. And here we validated the block model by doing the trend analysis and the swath plot, and the sample grade and the model grade has been plotted here for both the lenses. And here we have plotted level-wise resource estimates. So the resources after estimation was 3.28 with 1.92% of copper and 1.37% of zinc and 0.18% of lead. If you see the plot is saying that the increase in the ore tonnage grade from 200 emerald, but below there is a ore body thickening, the tonnage is increasing as well as grade is increasing. So there is a chance to increase the resource base also. That is supporting basically my previous statement. So this is a 3D diagram. Here we have plotted the river. This is the river, and this is the ore body. 60 to 65% of the resource are lying under the river. And you can see the potential in depth, that how we have shown here some holes, directional drill holes that can be drilled, so that this area can increase its potential in the resource base. And also 2 areas are highlighted in the northeast and the southwest region to do that soil geochemistry, because these areas are thickly soil covered. There is no evidences of mineralization in the surface, but some technologies like mobile metal ion technology can be used or adapted to understand the potential of these areas, and these areas can have more than 3 million ton even. So these technologies has to be adapted. Surface IP, borehole IP, all these surveys can be used and modeled the conductive zones, mineral conductive zones, and explored properly through systematic drilling practices. So I'll put one example of a VMS deposit, that is a deep VMS deposit. Our life is so simple, but see that their life was really difficult in the eastern goldfields of Western Australia. You can see that some of the deposits are starting from 200 meter depth. We are drilling up to 200 meters. They are starting from 200 meter and going up to 700, 800 meters of depth. And you can see the story. I have written a story of a particular deposit, not for all. There is a deep EM anomaly that was done by Ellis 2004. Geophysical anomaly lead to the discovery of the deposits. You can see the percentage 5.9 meter with 2.2% zinc and silver, and another having 7.7 meter with 4.3% copper. So these deposits can be drilled up to that depth so that the resource and reserves can increase. So deep drilling technologies are not new. In India, Hindustan Zinc is doing the deep drilling, using the deep drilling technology. I have personally
Please conclude.
And yes, sir. So here the directional drilling has been done in Newfoundland, Sia Creeks, and this can actually 1+3, 1+4, 1+5 drill hole can be drilled, and within a short period of time, and money can be saved as well with these technologies. So I would like to ask Vishwanath sir to conclude. Sir, please conclude the concluding slide. You are the mentor and guide of me, so that I have done this paper along with Vishwanath sir. Thank you all.
Thank you, Nirban, for giving me this opportunity. So, as he has talked, we have different types of gold, and lithium being called currently the white gold. But it is the copper which will be the red gold, which is really the gold, because as has been described by him, the demand is continuing continuously. In the next few years, the global demand is around 50 million tons as compared to the current production of around 25 million tons odd, because of the requirement in the EVs, the renewable power, etc. And even in the lithium batteries, you have different substitutes coming in, in terms of sodium ion batteries, etc. But the role of copper will remain. So, and India being a net copper importer, we require to explore and get into production a lot of new deposits. And like जैसे कहते हैं कि बूंद-बूंद से पानी भरता है, these small deposits hold the key to the future, that we explore them and we increase our resources so that our import becomes much lower. And as has been highlighted by him, this particular deposit, we need to use geophysical techniques which will give us an idea of the depth extent. And he has shown the global examples where the ore deposits, here it has been explored only up to 200 meters below surface. As per him, the deposit can continue up to 700 meters odd, and that could be confirmed by the geophysical studies and followed by drilling. So we hope that in the near future, this deposit will come up and add to our resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vishwanath and Anirban. Both of you have been a part of our Hindustan Zinc Vedanta setup. I know your hunger, but I want to make one suggestion here. Because south of Ambaji, there is a Kuichitrachani fault. And from Kuichitrachani up to Barbaranthia, almost 150 kilometer long belt, the key finder you may focus is granite, that is a zinc spinel. So
Okay,
that may be helping, because these mines are almost dormant for more than 25 years, and they are the big repository of critical high value minerals. So I hope that with coming of Mr. Vishwanath and you, definitely they will see the production phase. Thank you once again.
Sure, sir. Noted, sir. Will do. Thanks to all.
Thank you, Sunil. Thank you, Anirban. Next, we have Dr. S.R. Malik and Professor B.K. Paul of NIT Rourkela, who are going to talk about production of fixed carbon in coal bed methane using multiple linear regression. He has not come. Next, we have Mahesh Purohit and Mr. Jaiswal and Dr. Rajmani talking on challenges of Makrana marble extraction. Maheshwari, you have 15 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Mahesh Prakash Purohit, working as mining engineer at Makrana with Department of Mines and Geology. When I say that I am working at Makrana, I see a glittering response in the eyes of the person who is listening that, oh, he is working at Makrana. Somewhere he has an assumption of the glorious past of that place. The topic which is to be presented here, the challenges of Makrana marble extraction, is a kind of case study. Initially, I thought that I should also prepare a paper just like all other presentations with some data and some figures. But then I thought that this is the concluding day of this conference, and rather than going for a theoretical kind of paper, it should give you some thought provocation. So I reduced it to a small video showing you the present status of mining that is being done, the technology which is being used at Makrana. And after you go from this place, from your esteemed organizations, institutions, kindly give us some suggestions which we can give back to the competent levels for the betterment of this place. So what we know about Makrana is the glorious past in the form of these monuments like Taj Mahal, like this Victoria Palace at Kolkata, or this Fatehpur Sikri Dargah of Salim Chishti, and one more at Jodhpur in the form of Jaswanthada, you can say. Recently, the Makrana is in news for Ram Mandir temple. Garbhagriha is being prepared with using this Makrana marble. You can see that Makrana marble has been given GI status, geographical identification. So other places cannot use name Makrana to represent their product as Makrana marble. One more feather in the cap, you can see that IUGS, International Union of Geological Sciences, under the ambit of UNESCO, has awarded it status of heritage stone. Recently, in the past month, they visited Makrana and they gave this certification. But after these all things, we get an impression that Makrana is kind of a place you can imagine like Dubai, where even roads would have been made of Makrana marble with some inlay work over there. I just want to show you a small video after this, and you just get some idea that what is going on and how we can change it. I would request you all to just give a small heed to the small, minute points we can find out for, from geotechnical view or from safety point of view, or the technologies used there. Can you see two people working there? Just with the help of ropes. And you can see the size of the long trench over there, and these cranes which are being used. Actually, whole of the Makrana area is divided into 775 small quarry licenses of the size of 30 feet by 30 feet or 100 feet by 100 feet in different sizes. Quarry licenses were granted long ago during the state of Marwal rules, and now the quarries are being run by 4th or 5th generation peoples. we have recently go through a lecture on net zero mining. You can see how we can take it to net zero. You can see a excavator working at the we had a visit to Makrana during the last February, and MEI Jodhpur chapter conducted a seminar program over there. During that time, we witnessed these things also. I have taken these videos myself and just combined here to show you some glimpses of the marble mining at Makrana. It must be interesting to the geological people over here. The slope failures taking place here and there. Another location you can see behind this slope failure, there is an prominent religious place, Eidgah. The small cranes you can see, each crane belongs to a different family or a different owner. A whole different city can be I think it will be sufficient for us. So coming back to the theoretical basis, the area is in the form of veins from north to south, and the total strike length, including all the ranges, is almost 11 kilometers, and it is divided into various ranges. As I told you that the total area is divided into 775 quarry licenses, and average size ranges between 30 feet by 30 feet to 100 feet by 100 feet, and average depth varies from 150 feet to 350 feet. Average dip of the ore body is between 65 to 75 degree. The geological and geotechnical conditions you have already seen in the video, so nothing to say more about it. You can say that the layers are at a dipping angle of 65 to 75 degrees, and people are excavating it along the vein, along the deposit even crossing their limits and making it kind of underground mining, to say, because they have some kind of roof over there. You can see here the layers of the marble and other minerals. Initially, when mining was being done, they used to leave some boundary pillars. In local language, they call it dart. So they used to leave those support pillars, but later on, as the mineral depth went deep, to get easy mineral, they started digging this boundary pillars, and so the whole area has become very much unstable, and the support has been taken away, and the layers in the hanging wall side are almost in the shape of failures. You can see the theoretical aspect of it. So just to conclude, because I am also co-convener of this conference, I don't want to take much time and give honorable chairs additional time. I would conclude and would request all of you to kindly share your thoughts after you go from this place. All the theoretical fundamentals you have gained in this conference or through your own experience. And please share with us so that we can also think upon it and share some conclusions with governments so that something better can be done for this place. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alam.
Yeah, or are welcome.
Mr. Alam, there is one question. Recently we visited this RK Marble. So they must be creating a lot of waste and all those things. They have put putty plant of some 4 lakh ton per annum capacity. So Makrana might be creating a lot of waste and this sort of thing. So is there any unit or upcoming unit or any thought? Because now concept is almost waste to wealth.
Makrana is being used as powder also right now. Earlier many quarries were stopped because the stone could not be cut into slabs and found it was dimensional stone. But since there are many factories established in the nearby eco areas, and those broken pieces are being used to prepare powder, which is being used by cement industry and many other industries as calcite powder. So they have started to run. But the condition, technically, geotechnically, it is not safe, not secure, and I think that policy decision is to be taken to take care of the present situation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Bhandari sir. Next we have Mr. Vinod Kumar of Adani Resources. Okay, okay. Now we have Mr. Dr. Alam, who is going to talk about use of advanced technology to solve problems of Makrana mines. Very topical because
thank you, sir. First of all, I would like to give thanks to all of you, the management and others, who has selected me to speak something about the Makrana marble. Although from the DMJ department before me, Rohitji has told about the scenario of the Makrana marble. But my topic is regarding the technology and the Makrana marble with special reference to its glorious status in the world. First of all, I would give to introduce myself. My alma mater is the University of Jodhpur from 1971 to 1981. I was a zoology student, ZOO. But nowadays there is a relationship between the environment and the mines. From last 3 days I am attending this conference, and I am very much happy to see about the minerals exploitation, exploration, etc. But sometimes there were words also about the Makrana, somebody has told. The thing is this, my work was on the water, limnology, the science of water. I did work on the Sambar Salt Lake, its reservoir. I worked throughout India, different labs, and fortunately, I was attending an Asiatic library in Calcutta, where I found the oldest reference about the Makrana marble. Interesting. It is the Adam who was the salt in charge of the Sambar Lake. You must be aware about the salt law, etc. That in 1875, there was a paper in Asiatic Library in Calcutta regarding the stray feathers. My one paper has been published with Dr. Salim Ali, ornithologist, on the flamingos of the Sambar Lake. That is also related to the water. Nowadays we are interlinking with the mining and the environment. Definitely. If the environment is safe, then the environment will be safe. Although the laws are critical to different mining projects, especially to our Makrana. But we have to respect the laws. Because if there is laws and we will not respect the laws, then definitely we will lose everything. All of you know, next to the agriculture is the mining. But the government and everybody is interested in the agriculture. Why they are not interested in the mining? The reason is this, our lobby or the persons we are secondary people, definitely. Although the agriculture can't be run without the use of the mineral products, the tractors, etc. They are made of steel and everything. It's important now. With the start of the world in the Adam's time, there was the need of the, plants, etc., but the minerals also. But in that paper, the interesting thing was this, he was coming to Makrana, 30 miles away from the Sambar. And he was, I'm talking about 1875. He was saying a scenario that the people, the young persons, they were winnowing the sand particles. I must know you, all of you know the words of winnowing. जैसे अपन खेती करते गेहूँ वगैरह लेते हैं तो छानते हैं हवा में तो अच्छी अच्छी चीज़ चली जाती है और भारी भारी चीज़ रह जाती है. The winnowing, the good quality, collected that is the sand, big sands. And you must be aware, there was no technology of the cutting of the slices of the marble blocks at that time. You have, all of you have, I think, have seen the Taj Mahal, etc. The use of the marble was in big size and all were polished by this winnowed sand. And he has written also, the bearded people were sieving the sand. I don't know what they will do. And two ladies were sawing a small block by using an iron blade at that time. Now the thing is that it was the initial stage of the Makrana marble. I don't know who are the people, what their religion, but they were the ancestor of mining, Makrana marble industry, no doubt. Now the thing is this, Makrana marble is one of the best and exclusive marble in the world. From the time immemorial, local people, most of them are the minorities and the backward caste, are excavating till 1970. I came to 1970. The mining and sawing were done by the primitive techniques. Later on, diamond technology is being used, which changed the production quantitatively. Earlier, we sawed the block in 1 month, one block in sawing. At the time of 1901 and 1916, there was the monument of this Victoria Memorial in Calcutta. The Martin and Company started the work and they brought 3 machines for sawing purpose for London. I've seen that machine. Made in England, use of blade, no diamond technology. And they were the 3 people of the Makrana, they were only independently working on this sawing of the marble. But in the 1965 onward, with the Belgium and etc., German etc., they developed the technology of the diamond, particularly in marble sawing. And the scenario was totally changed. Instead of taking 1 block cutting in the 1 month, we have started to get 2 to 3 blocks trolley per day. And at the same time, the flow of the money in the form of the house making, etc., loan from the banks to the government people and other people, there was an increase of the demand of the marble. Now, interestingly, there are two types of marble. One is the dolomitic marble, other is the calcitic marble. How proud of this, I belong to the calcitic marble. That is the 90 to 98% pure calcium carbonate. And other is the dolomitic marble. We know about the RK, everybody know about the market marbles, that from the dice, sir has told, the mechanized system, etc. But that is not the pure marble, that is called the pseudo marble, sir. Now the thing is this, persons, everybody, every engineer, every architect, or the sculpture people, or the artifacts people, they will always love the Makrana marble made either the tiles, slabs, or the statues, or some artifacts. Why? Because there is the internal relationship. At the time of Taj Mahal, today I want to introduce yourself and ourselves, the name of the people who came to Makrana for getting the marble from the order of the Shah Jahan. It's the first time although I attended number of conferences, this and at Taj Hari Mahal, there was a conference on the rehabilitation, etc. Professor Surana is here, he was attending. Dr. Monod is no more, but my professor, he has organized this conference. The thing is this, I am telling you about the simple thing, that the persons who came to Makrana earlier, continually 750 years, the Ottoman and the Mughal Basha, they told in writing, they was called the Farman. The Farman are reserved. Researches are going on with the consent or with the help of the Iranian people and the Indian people, because these all are in Persian. You may note the dates also, that January 21, 1632, one Mr. Alahud, he came to Makrana, representing him from Jaipur Maharaja to collect the marble. It has been written there. Now Mulk Shah, second, September 9, 1632, he came to Makrana for getting the marble. And 21st June, 1637, stone cutters were stolen and shortage of marble was there. So from the order of the Shah Jahan, they have told to the one Mutasaddi. The word in Persian Mutasaddi means accountant, and the person who give the money. Give more money to ask the people for the mines and for Makrana marble mines, for collecting marble and carts also. These were the people. This thing was given at the time of, as our earlier DMG Emisa has told, the GI, history of Makrana. Now I would like to say to you about the monuments which has been made. Slide number 1. Why the Makrana marble is recognized as the best marble in the world by the IUGC, International Union of Geological Sciences. And there is this is a station, Makrana. You are welcome here. Last year, engineers and renowned people and the engineer students came to Makrana in a seminar also. So, now the next one, these are Olivia Arthur. He is the Magnum photographer president. She came to Makrana for getting these photos, and this is the primitive type of mines, and these are the modern technology used. Nowadays in Makrana we are using the modern technology, but still there is a problem of the available sources. So I would like request to you some of the things. They are the important one, to explore the total mineral in the Makrana. And this is the, blocks making by using wire saw, by diamond technology, machinery has been used, electrical engines has been used in cranes, etc. But due to the small sizes, the smallest size of the mines in Makrana is 25 feet, sir, only. 25. And 25 feet is divided into third generation. Even 1 feet less than 1 feet comes to one family. So very big problem. But they are surviving because the 100-kilometer area of the Makrana, their source of livelihood is the only Makrana marble and its products, sir. Now the next one. These are the, big derrick cranes is there, marbles, diamond used sewing machines are there. So in Makrana, quarries is processing. Next one. These are the beautiful monuments which have been used by the Makrana marble.
Sir, please conclude early.
I am concluding, sir, with some points. 1631 to 1648, Taj Mahal was built. In 20th century, the 1631 to this Victoria Memorial, 1601 to 1620 was built. And recently, the Ram Temple at Ayodhya using the best quality of Makrana marble. Those are the things which are used as the Makrana marble in pillars and internal works, not the external works. External work is using the sandstone. And interestingly, now I would like to say how we can solve the problems of the Makrana, because it is the source of the livelihood. There was two speech by our Chief Minister that there will be a scientific policy for the Makrana. It was in the budget, Bhashan also, budget lecture also, but it was till date it is not implemented. I don't know, in many seminars also we have recommended, and the seminars people have recommended for the amalgamation of the Makrana quarries, and the 8 craftsmen who are having the DNA of their ancestor who made the Taj Mahal, they should be provided the help in the form of health insurances, etc. And the mine should be, because hanging side and this football size, both sides are closed. I am thankful to the government that they have passed the laws for increment for 15 years, from 1925 to 40 years, for increase in the license period. Otherwise, it was ending in the 1925. It was hue and cry in the Makrana people, what will be the future? But I am thankful to the government also. And it was advised also, if there is a land in front of the government or the private land which has been taken by the licensee, that the area may be increased for the scientific mining and for obeying the multiple laws of the Mines Act, Metalliferous Regulation, etc. So, the cooperative mining, my suggestions are that they may be included in our conclusion also. And we are also trying, I am requesting the people, Sir Rajmani sir and Jaiswal sir and others, to cooperate us to come Makrana and to see how this marble can be saved for the future, and the livelihood should run well. Next, in liberalization of import marble. Now our competition is with Italian marble, due to the world policy of the import and export and this, commerciality. So we want to increase the taxes on the imported marble, although quality is poor, but everybody want, if there is not availability of good quality of drink, Coca-Cola, etc., they will ask some other like Coca-Cola and etc. So these mines are operating more unscientific manner. I am telling you, sir, these mines are operating most unscientific manner and improper planning. Because in the mining we know early profit is there, but later on we will go in the depth, profit will decrease. But in case of Makrana, quality will increase. Quality is directly proportional with the depth. Now, the dual charges of royalty, Makrana is the special case where two charges are given. Rent is given as well as royalties also given. I am saying we want that there should be either the amalgamation of these two things or there should be election. The next is status. We always request to give the status of to marble industry. Marble, these mines and concerning industries, the industry license so that we can get the loans, etc. Now the next one, roads.
Dr. Alam, please conclude.
And in conclusion, there are many hindrances. Example, civil, religious and residential houses in the mining area. Earlier, the mining was done primitive method, so excavation was very low. So these religious people, all type of religious, Hindu, Muslim, etc., and the government buildings, they existed nearby in between the 45 meters area. So we request you, with the consent of the people or through the law, that should be rehabilitated.
Okay, sir. Concludes.
And last table, sir, एक important one is the last, that is the 8th one. The scenario of the Makrana, how much marble is there, how much years, last one, 8th one. Only table is, this is the table. देखिए, population is in 2 lakh, I am summing in half minute, sir. And quarries are more than 720, gangsters are 300, dressings are 350, cutters and polishing units are 4,000, godowns are 7,000 and more, craft centers are 1,000, laborers are more than 1,25,000, which are in quarries, crafts, factories and transport, etc. Revenue, royalties 40 crore per annum, rent is 3 crore, electricity 50 crore, income tax 4 crore, and the marble quarry reserve as per Goel 1983, 60 million tons, it has been published. Production per annum 4 lakh ton, future availability 150 years with this new technology of diamond. And slab tile blocks, boulders are 10 lakh ton, sale per year. Interestingly, there is no disease, etc., like silicosis in Makrana marble, because we are having the calcite. And you know, everybody live when there are bones are, etc., you know, poor, calcite tablets, etc. So there is no silicosis disease in case of Makrana. So the problem was earlier, there was the dump and huge salary was there. But now there is no salary because there is the alternative use of the salary. So persons are purchasing these and making the tiles, etc. With the calcium carbonate, we minus carbon dioxide, then there will be the calcium oxide. So factories are taking more and more wastage of Makrana marble to making the cement, etc. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Next we have Mr. Vinod Kumar of Adani Resources talking about 3D wireless seismic survey in mapping coal seams.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today I'll be showcasing this new technology which we have implemented in our coal mines and we have been using this one since last couple of years. This is, the technique is old, but the technology is new, meaning this is a modified system of 2D seismic survey. To better appreciate the technology, let me start with the problems that we faced. This is one of the blocks that we have been allocated a couple of years back, wherein this is an explode block, and as you can see, the yellow dots represents the boreholes which are already there, and the green ones are the forest areas where no borehole is there. And interestingly, more than 50% of the area is forest area in this block. And because this is an explode block, so you also cannot go for exploration before start of the mine. And the problem was like the in-crop zone, where from the coal was at the shallowest point is the southern part. So so you are sitting with the problem of unexplored area where from you are expected to start the operations, and you know, you don't know anything about it. I mean, where the coal even exists there or not, and the block is classified as explored. So you know, and as soon as you get the clearances, meaning ML and EC, etc., you are supposed to start operations. So what do we do? Then we scouted for technologies or options, what are available for us to, you know, prove the coal in these southernmost areas where, you know, you can start operations. So we scouted for all the available options that we had in India and found none suitable for this particular, you know, problem. And then we moved overseas and we found an agency in Singapore which was doing this seismic survey in their city areas, you know, mapping subsurface tunnel for, they run metro under roads in Singapore, because it is a very limited area in that particular country. So they are making the best use of their land resources. So we thought, and let us explore and if we can use this technology here. So what we did was, we invited those guys, and they had done some some experience in oil exploration and all, but they had again never done it in coal. So we started looking for you know, options in this, using it in a coal block. And as the method works in seismic survey, they mark out profile lines. We call it profile lines, along which they generate seismic waves and put geophones on the surface of the earth, creating some holes with the traditional technology. And then when they create those shock waves, the shock waves travel through the earth and gets reflected and refracted, and their return waves are put up, are captured in the geophones, and that's when they analyze the signals and find out at what depth different strata lies. So this is the basic principle of seismic survey. So accordingly, we planned some boreholes, and if you can see, most of the lines are extended in the explored area, wherein you get the, you know, support of boreholes that are there. Meaning, suppose if we are scanning a profile line, most of the area will be unexplored, and you will be getting different strata. But then, how do you correlate those strata? To correlate the strata with what actually it is, we had to overlap it with explored areas wherein we had some boreholes. So you can see it here. Now going again back to the conventional technology, this is how the geophone arrays looked like, and it used to be a hugely cumbersome process to carry everything in the field. And if you can see in this area, and the topography is rugged, meaning, I mean, the relief was like 360 meters, and it is inaccessible, largely inaccessible. So those traditional seismic survey was again ruled out. So we used this one, this new technology which we will be going through, and a picture of which is here. The green you know, instrument that is there is the vibrosys, meaning this is a equipment wherein a small blast happens and it creates shock waves, and it thumps the rod that is beneath it, and it again hammers a small fairly this size aluminum pad, and it creates seismic waves which passes through the earth. And you know, that is, and the orange one is the geophone, wirelessly connected geophones. This is connected wirelessly through a node which operator is carrying like in the front. And again, the vibro source is also connected with this, and this is connected with the satellite, so that the timing of everything, the source, the nodes picking up the vibrations, everything is coordinated. And along the profile lines which I had showed in the previous picture, and which we will be seeing it again later in the slides, 10 meters, at every 10 meters a peg is marked. Like in the third slide, you can see a cross mark is made with the lime. So at every 10 meters, these geophones are laid out. Small, say it is like 8-inch, we create a hole, and we put this tumbler like geophones in that hole. on the surface of the earth at every 10 meters, and between those 10 meters, at every 5 meter, we do this thumping. And that's how we progress. And at a time, almost like 500 to 700 these geophones are laid out so that they capture the waves. And that's how we create the seismic profiles along a given line. Now, these are the peg marks that we marked in the forest areas. And if I can show you the video, you will have a fair idea of how this, seismic source works. Can you please play the video for me? And it is a fairly simple process wherein two person can carry this this vibrosis. You see, at every point they either thump it 3 or 5 times. And they carry it manually to next point, and that's how the survey continues. The next video also, the next video please. And you see, which we will be discussing again later on, we are taking this reading inside an under construction house, meaning there is a flexibility of taking readings. I mean, there is no no-go area as such, if I may say so. Okay, thank you. So this is the agency who did it for us, and we have now a consortium in place. This is a Geophysical Services Limited from Singapore, and AKD Geomining is an experienced geophysicist in India, retired from CMPDI, who is doing it for us from the field survey perspective, arranging logistics and everything. And this is, a general slide for indicating what are the uses that seismic surveys can be used for. And the advantages that we have for this technology is huge. More sample data can be acquired in the same budget. As you must have seen, the field data collection, data acquisition is very easy. Operational and data quality is very good. This vibro source is able to generate very high frequency waves through the Earth's surface, and that's why it can penetrate down up to 800 meters. That is what at least the depth that we have achieved in 2 of our blocks. Then data recording is simple. And most of all, the best of all, normally in conventional seismic survey, explosives are used to create seismic waves. And for that, you need to create shot holes. And then for that, you have to obtain forest permissions. So in this case, all that is done away with. You don't require forest permission, except that you need to intimate them that we will be carrying out such surveys. And in our case, in the Raleigh block, we obtained those forest permissions in just 2 months. So we had got ample time to do this physical survey and data processing and interpretation. So this is a huge advantage with this process. Then no large vibrosis. There is practically nothing that you need to carry to the field except those 2 workers who carry those vibroses which you have seen. And of course some crew to plant the geophones and look after those while they are there in the field for some theft or something. And then this is a low impact process, meaning there's no noise as such, less visible operations, can work in almost any environment, and then no need for mass labor. Again, there is no as such no social impact issues. A borehole campaign design now again.
5 more minutes.
Pardon? Okay.
5 minutes.
Okay, I'll have to rush, but I'll hope I'll be making it in next 5 minutes. Then one big advantage is that, and now the government has also modified the legal requirements that if you do seismic surveys, the borehole requirement is reduced to half. So one can imagine 3,000 rupees per meter for, say, drilling up to 300 meters in a forest area of 17 square kilometers, how much will be the saving? Now, again, what I said, the savings is immense. These are the, location agnostic processes. You can put it in any place you want. Some of the pictures on the bottom side shows they have been using it in Singapore on the roads. This is the geophone, wireless geophones. And this is these are some of the pictures of our Nagpur block, Gondkari, wherein we have planted the geophones in cotton fields, and this gentleman is carrying in one of the exposers. And in the third picture, it is laid on the road, highway. This is how the this geophones, wireless geophones, replace the traditional array of geophones that we used to. These are the different vibrosys that are available in the market. The one we are using is of the smallest capacity, and that is doing wonders for us. So we had never fall back to the larger motorable ones. And this picture indicates precisely the processes that I said, that the geophones are laid along a profile line, and once you generate the seismic waves, the waves get refracted and reflected and put up as signals in the geophones, and that's how you analyze the signals. And that's how the different strata are covered. And then when you analyze the process the data and interpret the data, there are different technologies. The upper one is pre-processing data, and the second one, the bottom image, shows after processing, wherein you can see the different strata that have been highlighted. The main activity challenges that we have overcome with this, that high vehicular traffic density creating seismic interference, we have removed that. Environmental issues, practically none. Security issues, definitely no issues on that front. Permit issues overcome. We said we got a forest permission in just 2 months. And another big advantage of this technology is we can undershoot areas. Undershoot meaning you don't have to physically go in an area. You can just work around some areas where there is some obstruction in going physically to that area. Like suppose if you want to take subsurface data under this building, how can you do it traditionally? There's no practical, no other way. But then with this seismic technology, you can shoot through this area, and you can get subsurface data. Now some samples. These are the numbers of operations. We took 61 days for data, 52 days for data acquisition for the entire 17 square kilometers. We had done some 42 line kilometers along all the forest areas. This is how in 3D the data was compiled, and we analyzed. You see the different strata have been marked on the seismic surveys, and you get the faults or discontinuities in the strata also. And that's how we interpreted the Raleigh-Kroll block. And again, we implemented the same in Gondkari, wherein we are in the process of developing an underground coal mine. Again, the borehole density there was 5.1, but then it is an explode block. So we want to be doubly sure to not have missed any discontinuities that may come up in future. So we employed this, and then interestingly, there is 80 to 180 meter Deccan traps on the surface. So we were a little worried whether this seismic survey will be effective in that or not. And to our surprise, this was very effective, and it was there that we could see up to 800 meters depth. So this is, the numbers for operations in Gondkari. And the yellow areas are the no-go areas, wherein there was some explosive storage area of paramilitary forces, and there were some lakes. But we could manage to survey through that area using this 2D or pseudo 3D surveys, wherein we planned our survey such that we could map the subsurface area underneath those no-go areas. And the right hand side, the map indicates the tectonic interpretation based on the 2D seismic survey. And this is how a typical seismic survey profile looks like, and when you integrate that with the available boreholes, you can clearly identify the coal seams that you get in the boreholes, and that's how it is correlated. You see the red lines indicate the bottom depth, wherein you can see 700-meter depths as compared to the boreholes that are laid here. You see again showing the 3D, pseudo 3D survey area and how the profile lines were marked. And this one shows the area wherein those explosive area is there, and underneath also we have obtained this subsurface data. And in Dhirauli, initially based on the GR, this was the structural interpretation, and after 2D seismic survey we got this interpretation, and that's how we are proceeding it now. These are few of the seismic cross sections indicating the different boreholes that we have got, and the limitations, as we said, I mean highly rugged topography with altitudes varying from, these were the limitations that we faced in that block. And the conclusions, the continuity of coal seams and seam disposition were established in unexplored block.
Please conclude.
Yeah. Subsurface discontinuities were also mapped. Reserves were established with fair accuracy. Target areas for few confirmatory boreholes. I mean, in any case, boreholes needs to be drilled. So we now know where those few boreholes which you need for confirmation need to be drilled. And the data can be imported into any software. Like in our case, we imported the data into Minex model. So that has integrated into our model, giving us fair confidence that yes, we can go ahead with mining. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Vinod. We are sorry. Now next we'll have a session for students, but because of time constraint and this validity session, we are reducing your time from 15 minutes to 10 minutes. So try to stick to program this 10 minutes only. Next is Mr. Harsh Chauhan and Yash Gupta, final student of MBM Engineering. They will be presenting on revolutionary mining through decarbonization, automation and spatial fuels. Very exciting topic, but please stick to timeline.
Yes, sir. Greetings of the day to the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, respected professors and dignitaries and my fellow mates. I would like to thank MEI for giving me this opportunity to bring me on the stage. Our topic is revolutionizing mining through decarbonization, automation and special fuels. This is the agenda. What was the motive behind of us for this presentation? The increased pollution. As we know that the mining is a really energy intensive industry, and it is getting the pollution percentage in large extent, and the call for this paper is that increasing pollution rate and the rapid transition towards the newer source of energy. As we see that world order is changing and the world is shifting towards the conventional fossil fuels to the newer sources of energy like renewable sources like solar, wind, hydroelectricity and all. So mining cannot be kept apart from that transition in the energy sector. So, and keeping in mind this transition, the governments from all over the world are making newer rules and stringent policies to think about this direction. So, and one more motive was that the Paris Agreement, which was signed by 140 countries to decrease, limit the global temperature increase by 2 degrees or less than 2 degrees. So it was the main motive behind this study. Next slide. What is the current status? Energy intensive industries, which are currently about 30% of the total global greenhouse gas emissions contributes, and mining globally contributes for 4 to 7% of the total greenhouse gases in this area. And International Council for Mining and Metal, ICMM, committed the net Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions by 2050. Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions. Scope 1 are the directly emissions which are given by the process, and Scope 2 emissions are the emissions which are emitted during the transportation of the energy. And next is Coal India emitted 5 billion tons of CO2 equivalent, which is 4% from the increased from 2020. So these are the current status. Sources of, what are the sources of emissions? I don't think I might be explaining this because everyone is very much known about these sources. Strata, blasting, processing unit, a huge emitter of the pollution. Improper waste management, it includes like improper waste management. If doesn't addressed properly, it may contaminate water, air and all others. Haulage transportation, huge dumpers and all emissions from them, CO2. Deforestation, auxiliary operations. Next, how we can achieve the decarbonization. First is electric vehicles, EVs, a huge discussed topic around the world. EVs here eliminates tailpipe emissions. As we know that conventional fuels contributes for the huge emissions. EVs are the one which don't have any tailpipe emissions like CO2 or any other. The other advantage, it includes the lower fuel cost and maintenance cost. It lowers the overall fuel cost. And the main advantage is quieter operations. Quieter operations, it is benefited in the underground mining, and quieter operations also provides the driver or the person who is operating the machine. If the man is operating by full concentration, its productivity will be increased and its concentration will be increased and the overall operations efficiency will be increased. Other alternative fuels which can be addressed are hydrogen as a fuel, biodiesel and bioethanol, and hydrogenated vegetable oil. We will discussing hydrogen in detail, and biodiesel and bioethanols are the ones which are produced by fermenting of sugars. Biodiesels are the one, I saw once a project in which people are producing biodiesels by plastic waste. Plastic is burnt in kilns and the fumes of the plastic are collected and lower down the temperature, then the substrate which is collected at the bottom was acting as a fuel. Although the industrial level efficiency is not yet been connected, but it is a project. And hydrogenated vegetable oils. In few of the countries, large transportation trucks are being run on this burned vegetable oils. It is a huge industrial waste of food industry. So they hydrogenated it, and some of the trucks are using to some of the trucks are using it.
5 minutes.
Okay, sir. Hydrogen. This is a hydrogen. What comes in our mind once we hear the word hydrogen? Boom. Yes, that's right. That's the power of hydrogen. So if hydrogen can fuel the rockets which can reach to the space, why can't we use in the energy intensive industry of mining? So this is one of dumper which is used in South African mine owned by Anglo-American. There they have made sufficient changes in their engine and run it is as a project. For the further, I would like to invite Mr. Yash Gupta for explaining.
Thank you for inviting me. Now let's move further to fuel blending. So everyone knows about the term blending. When we mix different type of fuels and make a new fuel, this fuel have a specific properties. So there are other types we popularly known as ethanol blending, but there are other types of blending fuels are there, like gasoline ethanol blend. Here E10 shows that E shows that ethanol, and 10 shows that percentage of that ethanol we are mixing in the fuel. Other is biodiesel diesel blend, and Next is hydrogen natural gas blend. As we show in the picture, we first take the crop, after that we ferment that. For fermentation we use an enzyme, so that enzyme convert the crop into ethanol plus carbon. So after purification, we purify that by the process of distillation and through molecular sieve. After that ethanol, we get ethanol, then we blend that. So the blending technology is not simpler. We know that Brazil achieved that E70, that is Brazil blend 70% of ethanol in a fuel, and we are only getting the percentage of 10%. So on combustion of ethanol, the residue part is less poisonous, as well as the percentage of carbon emission is also less.
Speed up.
Okay, sir. So here is a timeline of India, by what are the developments made by the India in 2001, 5% blend. After that, now we are going to achieve the 20% blending till 2025. Now the automation, energy management and optimization. So we can get the real-time data. And this goes to less consumption of energy, as well as increase the efficiency of vehicle. And by the help of automation, we uncover the hidden issue, like variability of parts of the vehicle.
Conclude.
So with the help of data analytics and automation, the variability of parts send alert for it, and we can increase the lifespan of vehicle. Here are impacts of EVs, requirement infrastructure. So every method has both left and right side. So EVs, we have to establish the charging station. Battery disposal, so we produce the batteries, but we don't have the specific method for disposal of them. Another is source of electricity energy. So if we are producing electricity from coal, there is not an effective thing. We are indirectly producing the carbon. So we have to use the clean source like wind, solar, hydro.
Conclude.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, sir.
So the impact of blending is this is harmless percentage of harmless emission should be decreased, but there are certain things like cost of planting the setup, or that will be increased, and the efficiency of there is a correction. It is not increased; it is decreased. The efficiency of engine will be decreased. So here are some impacts. For automation, we already discussed that we can improve the life of vehicle and all, and decrease the percentage. We can also use that automation in ventilation system. So we use monitoring devices in inlet and outlet. So it will self-accommodate itself, self-accommodate with the real-time requirement. So here the automation. Now it's time to conclude. The note that the decarbonization of mining industry may be achieving by the introduction of EVs, finding the alternative fuels and blending fuels, as well as automizing the industry with robotics. All the above discussed points will be more effective if the government will be more stringent in implementing the rules and be serious about the emission. Hence, providing us for a promotizing future. Along with this all step, individual awareness is most important. Thank you.
Thank you, Harsh and Yash. Now I invite Mr. Kapil Tiwari to talk about IoT-based monitoring and control of underground mine environment.
Okay, first of all, thank you. Presenting a presentation in front of all dignitaries and professor present here is like showing a lamp of my knowledge in front of sun. So as far as I can understand mining industry is that mining is a very dangerous profession. There's no way to make a mine completely safe. But on the other side, mining industry contribute around 2.5% of Indian GDP. For every 1% increase in economic growth, mining sector create around 13 times more employment than agriculture. And on the other side, mining sector create 6 times more employment than manufacturing. But with the increasing or increment in mining mineral production rate, there is also a safety issues challenges. But with the help of IoT, we can easily overcome these challenges. So, good afternoon all of you. My name is Kapil Tiwari. I am a student of BE third year, Department of Mining Engineering, Ambiam University, Jodhpur. So, first of all, we come on the outline of this presentation. In this presentation, we have to cover 5 topics. First one is problem statement, abstract to solution, key objective, explanation of model which is created by me and my friends in our college, and at last we conclude this presentation. So, as we all know that the working environment of mining, underground mining is very complex, because for mineral extraction we have to perform some different or complex process which include in drilling, blasting, mucking, transportation and many others. By performing these actions, it invites hazards and accidents in mining industry. So it can create in hazards we can say that there is a gas explosion, toxic gas releases, accident while rock blasting, and also we can say that we can face abnormal temperature and humidity conditions. So we can say that there is always a space for mine disaster. So if we take a look on past mine disasters which are happened in our country India, then the first one is New Kanda colliery disaster. We can say that this is the worst disaster of this century, fire disaster of this century, in which 55 miners died due to smoke and noxious gas releases. After that, the second one is Dhanbad coal disaster, we can easily known for us, in which 268 people died due to gas explosion. And at last, this is very famous disaster, Chas Nala mining disaster. And recently a film is also come and cover this topic. In this 380 people died due to inundation flooding explosion. We can easily know that. But apart from this disaster, the condition of Indian mines are very bad, that every day it happens disaster and invites hazards. But if we look a bird eye view on among all these disasters, then one thing is common among all disasters, which is this disaster happened due to lack of continuous monitoring. But a man cannot be able to continuous monitoring in mines. So for this we have to require some digital machinery or equipment for this solution. So in this field, IoT means Internet of Things, or we can say that IoT devices can make it next level and can give a solution of this problem. So for this we have to require to install IoT devices in mining area with a different sizes or different after displacement. These devices are installed and the internet connectivity is provided to these. We have to install IoT devices and internet connectivity is provided. Then after, the main objective of IoT based monitoring and control of underground mine environment project is to be implementing security and to detection of hazard inside a mine, which we can say that it increase in safety and security of mines. It of course increase safety and security, and it's provide mine monitoring because we are using IoT device, not a man, then it can use for continuous monitoring. And many devices are installed, so it can give a pre-hazard warning. If there is a warning, then it can send to the mining engineer, and we can pre-hazard warn. Apart from these,
we are running short of time. Please continue.
okay, sir. So I can continue. Apart from this, we can also control by remote. There, our mining is controlled remotely. There, many sensors are used. For this explanation of this project, we have created a model which is submitted in our college. I can explain about this model. Mainly for safety and security purpose, in this model we have to use mainly 4 sensors. The first one is the gas sensor, which we can use to detect any leakage of gas. The second one is temperature and humidity sensor, which can show the temperature and humidity percentage. There is no leakage of, there is no increment in temperature from above temperature. And at last, the light intensity sensor.
Sir,
as you know that light intensity, proper light intensity.
Please conclude.
Sorry for interruption. We have our VC sir, Sri Sarma sir, and I suppose that with the permission of the VC sir, we can continue. Sir, please. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. I am explaining my model, and which is we on light intensity sensor. As you know that the proper lighting is necessary at the underground level. So for proper lighting, we have to use light intensity sensor. And apart from this, these are the pictures of my model. And this is the front side of model, which is showing installed IoT devices like gas sensor and many others. And this is the back side of project, in which IoT device is installed with some equipments and other. And apart from this, for controlling of this model, we have to create a different dashboard which can be synced with mobile as well as web dashboard. You can see that these are the gauge meters showing temperature, humidity, gases and light intensity, and some are the buttons for controlling underground lights, fans and ventilation system and many other. So at last I want to conclude my topic. The model built a monitoring system for underground mine environment based on wireless network. The advantage of this system is to install low installation and maintenance cost, and it can increase safety and security, and also it can help in increment in the economic growth of mines. And this model can be further developed with the help of metaverse, like we can use augmented reality and virtual reality. And we can also implement by using different sensors like motion detecting sensors and many others. And at last, these are the references which helped me a lot for writing this paper. And thank you. This is all about from my side. You can ask questions if you want.
Thank you, Kapil.
Thank you.
With this, we come to the end of this session. Like we have, senior management, middle management, junior management. We had a mixture of very senior people like Professor Pradhan, and middle management, and junior students like Mr. Harish Chauhan and Kapil Tiwari, who represents the the budding scientists. So starting with, we had around 8 papers, of which one paper by Dr. Malik and Paul could not be done because they could not come. So we had 7 papers. And starting with Professor Pradhan, who talked about safe transition of open pit to underground, which is a very topical subject. And we had Dr. Rajmani, who was the lead in Rampura Gucha in this particular project. Professor Pradhan talked about Malajkhand and manganese mines of Moil, who are doing this transition, which is a very difficult transition considering that you have the crown pillar which has to be preserved. And he has given the various instances. Anirban from GMDC talked about exploration possibilities and increasing the possibilities of reserves using different exploration techniques at Basantgarh copper lead zinc mine. Mr. Mahesh and associates talked about the challenges of Makrana marble, and it was really an eye-opener. I had heard about rat hole mining in Meghalaya, but this is no way, better than the rat hole mining. And it's a really a bad thing that still we are continuing this sort of mining. But Dr. Alam, who followed them, showed us some solution in the form of cooperative mining, which would sort of, reduce the problem of the small leaseholds of 30 by 30 feet by 30 feet odd. Then Mr. Vinod Kumar from Adani Resources talked about use of 3D wireless seismic survey in mapping coal seams, and he gave some instances of delineating faults in forested areas, which are difficult to explore conventionally, and gave some case studies how faults were identified using 3D seismic survey. And we had Harish Chauhan, who talked about decarbonization using different sorts of fuels. And lastly, we had Kapil Tiwari, who talked about the IoT-based monitoring, which is the need of the hour, especially in underground mines where you have disasters due to explosion of gas. So it was a very productive session, and now I hand over to Dr. Vashisht, who will further enlighten.
Thank you, UV. Hardly anything to add, except to add delight to our own Vice Chancellor Sahab, that we have covered right from eldest, youngest student like Professor Bhandari to pursuing student from MBM Engineering College, also from marble to high value and strategic minerals to geophysics. I think we have covered entire spectrum of the interesting area, and just looking to the importance of the time and ongoing things, we just conclude the session. Thank you everybody for making this wonderful presentation and patient hearing also.
I thank all the speakers, all the delegates, all the guests, our respective Professor Ajay Sharma sir, and all the chair members on the stage. So I request our chair, Mr. U. Vishwanath sir, advisor GMDC, and our co-chair, Mr. Sunil Vashisht sir, GM Vedanta Limited, to hand over the mementos to our speakers of the day. So at first, Professor G.K. Pradhan sir. Next is Anirban Das sir. Next is Dr. Alam sir. Next is Mahesh Prakash Purohit sir. Mr. Vinod Kumar sir.
Now memento to our students chapter. स्टूडेंट चैप्टर्स के जो तीनों हमारे डेलीगेट्स हैं वो एक ही जगह पे असेंबल हो जाए और चेयर से रिक्वेस्टेड
I request all the three members of the student chapter to come on the stage, and I request our chair and co-chair to hand over the mementos to our students of MBM University. I thank all the speakers for presenting their respective presentations here. And now I request our chapter chairman, Mr. A.K. Jaiswal sir, to hand over the mementos to our chair and co-chair for the session. The chairpersons are being leading us through the session.
We are the colleague meeting after 35 years.
Now we are coming towards the validity session, today's last session. And this is the most important session. And
now that we are done with all our technical sessions, I present my heartfelt gratitude to all the delegates, speakers, authors for sharing their time and knowledge and for guiding us for an economic and profitable mining technologies. I also thank all the chairpersons. Having your presence here was commendable. Moving on to the valedictory session of the 4th International Conference on Advanced Technology and Exploration and Exploitation of Mineral, organized by MEAI Rajasthan, Chapter Jodhpur. Let me first acknowledge the presence of our eminent guest. It is indeed our pleasure to have among us Professor Ajay Sharma sir, our chief guest, Engineer S.N. Mathur sir as our presiding guest, and our guest of honors, Dr. H.S. Venkatesh sir, Engineer P.R. Prajapat sir, and Engineer Rajiv Chaudhary sir. I request all our dignitaries to grace the dais with their presence. I also request Professor Ramprasad Chaudhary sir, Dr. P.C. Purohit sir, Rajneesh Purohit sir, and Engineer Mahesh P. Purohit sir to move to the dais. A ray of light is a ray of hope. Light means brightness. It stands for goodness, purity, spirituality, and ultimate reality. The presence of light ensures our success. In a ceremony, lighting of a lamp spreads divine grace and drive out darkness. For lighting the lamp, I would request all our esteemed guests I request Professor Ram Prasad Chaudhary Sir, HOD, Mining Engineering, MBM University, to welcome a note.
A very good afternoon to all. Now we are in the last session of this international conference, valedictory function. So the thing is, if someone will take the birth, he have to die. If any event is start, it will end. इसके लिए हमारे एक राजस्थानी कहावत है कि लाइक जन्नी जने तो ऐसे हो जने या दाता या सूर नहीं तो रही जे बांजड़ी न लजाई नूर न लजाई जे नूर। मतलब कि आप ये एक माँ के लिए है कि आप यदि एक बच्चा हो तो ऐसा हो जो कि नाम करे। इन द सिमिलर कॉन्टेक्स्ट इन आवर कॉन्फ्रेंस, when we are planning an event, we always having a that ki it should be a grand success. And I can say our present international conference, this is a fourth in the series by MEI Jodhpur chapter, is a grand success. Till date, if we see the participation from the industry, academia, research institute, students, every part, it is a grand success. So in the last session, this validity session, I welcome to our today's chief guest, Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Ajay Kumar Sharma sir, MBM University, Vice Chancellor MBM University Jodhpur. I also welcome the guest of honor, today's function's guest of honor, Engineer Rajiv Chaudhary Saab, SME DMG Jodhpur, PR Prajapati Saab, GGM RSMM Jodhpur, our presiding guest SN Mathur Saab, National President of MEI, and guest of honor Dr. HS Venkatesh Saab, a renowned scientist and director of NIRM Bangalore. So with this, I also welcome the participation from the different industry peoples. We have a participation from the Adani, Vedanta Group, Jindal Saw, Southwest Mining, Sri Cement, Ambuja Cement, Adani Group, and NLC, Jindal, Shaw. So various industry people participated in the conference, and they gave their insightful view about the latest technology in exploration and exploitation of the mining industry. So I welcome all the dignitaries of the dais, senior professors, respective field delegates, students. Those are the main part of this conference. They did last 4 and 5 days a hard work and make it successful. So in this event, I welcome to all the media persons. I welcome also media persons, those give a wide coverage in last 3 days in this digital media or paper, news media also. So I welcome all dignitaries in this last valedictory section of the event. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. I request Dr. P.C. Purohit sir to deliver the welcome address and introduce the MEAI Rajasthan chapter Jodhpur to our honorable chief guest.
Respected dais, my teachers, Professor Surana sir, Professor Bhandari sir, my seniors, my colleagues, delegates from industry, from research institute, students and media persons, I welcome you all on the behalf of the Mining Engineer Association of India, Rajasthan chapter Jodhpur. Just for your information, this chapter, Rajasthan chapter Jodhpur, was established only on the 2006, whereas the MEI was established in 1957. in a short period of, in a very short period of 17 years, we have organized 4 international seminars, 7 national seminars, 4 workshops, and many industry visits. This is just to help the industry and the students of the mining from this area. The real problem in the mining industry is lack of the qualified people. आज भी जो माइंस में डीएमजी से राजीव जी बैठे हैं, धर्मेंद्र जी बैठे हैं, माइंस के अंदर सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम आज की तारीख में क्या है? ये है कि क्वालिफाइड आदमी नहीं है. लीगली स्पीकिंग, वी आर रनिंग इलीगल माइनिंग. लीगली स्पीकिंग, वी from the Mining Engineer Association of India, Rajasthan chapter Jodhpur, we are trying to build the qualified people so to help the mining owners to run their mine legally. उसके लिए हमने पूरे जोधपुर रीजन में, जोधपुर संभाग में, जोधपुर में, जालोर के अंदर, बाड़मेर के अंदर, जैसलमेर के अंदर, गोटन के अंदर कैंप लगाए, so that they are trained for the first aid. We are also trying to develop the people so that they get the DGMS approved qualification certificate of the foreman, mate, blaster, ये सब भी हो सकते हैं. और उसके लिए हमें मदद की जरूरत होती है. और हमारे मददगार यहाँ एक ही बैठे हैं. हमारे मददगार एक ही बैठे हैं. और मेरे मददगार हैं MBM यूनिवर्सिटी के वाइस चांसलर साहब. एक बात मैं बताऊं आपको, अगर घर के अंदर बच्चे होते हैं, बच्चे अगर डेवलप होते हैं, तो सबसे ज्यादा खुशी किसको होती है? सबसे ज्यादा खुशी किसको होती है? बच्चे अगर डेवलप होते हैं तो पेरेंट्स को. पेरेंट्स क्या चाहते हैं कि मेरे बच्चे मेरे से आगे बढ़े. इस यूनिवर्सिटी का पेरेंट कौन है? इस यूनिवर्सिटी के पेरेंट कौन है? वाइस चांसलर. आज की तारीख में हमारे स्टूडेंट्स के पेरेंट्स हैं प्रोफेसर अजय कुमार शर्मा साहब. अगर ये बच्चे डेवलप होते हैं तो इनसे ज्यादा खुशी किसी को नहीं होगी. और हम क्या कर रहे हैं? हम सिर्फ यही काम कर रहे हैं. हम सिर्फ यही काम कर रहे हैं कि इन बच्चों को, पेरेंट्स तो बच्चों को डेवलप करने के लिए ट्यूशन लगाते हैं, इंस्टीट्यूट में भेजते हैं. हम फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट सर्विस देते हैं. जिस समय आपके आने से पहले, आपके आने के बाद में तो स्थितियां बहुत बदल गई. आपके आने से पहले जिस समय यह यूनिवर्सिटी आर्थिक संकट से गुजर रही थी, तब MEI ने आगे आकर माइनिंग डिपार्टमेंट के अंदर एक स्मार्ट सेमिनार हॉल को बनाया. स्मार्ट सेमिनार हॉल को. उसके बाद में वहां के हेड ऑफ द डिपार्टमेंट के रिक्वेस्ट पे, उस समय के, हमने एक स्मार्ट क्लासरूम भी बनवाया. हमने पूरा वाइट वॉशिंग, रिपेयर वगैरह सब करवाया. मुझे खुशी है इस बात की. अभी मैं जब भी जाता हूं कॉलेज में, मैं ये देखता हूं कि VC साहब के आने के बाद में बिना कहे सारी रिपेयर, कलर वलर सब हो रहा है. आप धन्यवाद के साथ. बिल्कुल सर, पहली बार देखा है हमने. और हम यही उम्मीद करके बैठे हैं कि आपके आने के बाद में बच्चों का और भी डेवलप होगा. और बच्चों के डेवलप के लिए हम बैठे हैं, आपका सपोर्ट लेने के लिए. आप हमें यूज कीजिए ताकि हम इन बच्चों को और डेवलप कर सकें. और फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट सर्विस देंगे. हमको, हमारे यहाँ कोई आपकी जानकारी में ये भी बता दूं कि आज की तारीख में 8 हमारे माइनिंग इंजीनियर MEI के सदस्य जो हैं, वो गेस्ट फैकल्टी के रूप में वहां पे अपनी सर्विसेज दे रहे हैं. आज माइनिंग डिपार्टमेंट के अंदर 2 परमानेंट फैकल्टी है, लेकिन माइनिंग डिपार्टमेंट में सबसे ज्यादा क्लासें होती है. आप बच्चों से फीडबैक लीजिए कि ये जो गेस्ट फैकल्टी आ रही है कैसे पढ़ा रही है. बच्चों से फीडबैक लीजिए. उनको अगर ये गेस्ट फैकल्टी कुछ अच्छा करके दे रही है तो किस लिए? इनको डेवलप करने के लिए. जितना नॉलेज आप, कोई ये पैसे, जो पैसा अगर इनको आप गेस्ट फैकल्टी को दे रहे हो, मेरे ख्याल से उनकी कार का पेट्रोल का खर्चा नहीं निकलता. कार की पेट्रोल का खर्चा नहीं निकलता और वो पैसा 2-2 साल बाद में आता। आपके आने के बाद में तो स्थितियां बदल गई, मैं फिर कहूंगा। लेकिन कोई आदमी पैसे के लिए काम नहीं करता, सिर्फ इसलिए कि राम प्रसाद जी इतने सीनियर्स आदमी को इज्जत देते हैं और हमारा एक भावना जुड़ी हुई है कैसे करके हम बच्चों को डेवलप करें। क्यों कि हम बच्चों को डेवलप करेंगे तो इनके पेरेंट्स, इनके गार्जियन, वीसी साहब खुश होंगे। यही हमारी आपसे उम्मीद है। और सबसे बड़ी हमारी उम्मीद इसमें है कि अगर आप इंडस्ट्री को, जोधपुर की आसपास की इंडस्ट्री, जोधपुर रीजन की इंडस्ट्री को आप सपोर्ट करें। एमईआई सबसे आगे है। हम एक स्किल डेवलपमेंट सेंटर खोल के यहाँ के लोगों को मेट, ब्लास्टर, स्टैचुरी जो रिक्वायरमेंट, इलीगल माइनिंग को लीगल माइनिंग करवाने के लिए हमें आपकी मदद की जरूरत है। तो हाँ, हम आपसे ये रिक्वेस्ट करेंगे कि आप ये हमारी मदद करें और आप जितनी हमसे उम्मीद करते हैं हम उससे ज़्यादा बढ़ के आपको सहयोग देंगे। एमईआई आपसे अलग नहीं है। एमईआई कभी भी, क्योंकि हमारी एग्जिस्टेंस ही माइनिंग डिपार्टमेंट, हम खड़े किस के कारण हुए हैं? माइनिंग डिपार्टमेंट से पैदा हुए हैं और माइनिंग डिपार्टमेंट को डेवलप करना हमारा फर्ज है। और माइनिंग डिपार्टमेंट आपका बच्चा है, इसलिए आपका उस पर वरद हस्त चाहिए और हमको ये सहयोग की उम्मीद है। बाकी एमईआई शुरू से ही इस इंडस्ट्री को डेवलप करने में लगी हुई है, लोगों को डेवलप करने का, माइनिंग फ्रेटर्निटी को डेवलप करने में लगी है और स्टूडेंट्स को डेवलप करने में लगी है। इसमें जितनी हम अपनी तरफ से कोशिश कर रहे हैं, करते रहेंगे। यही हम आपसे और आप सबसे सहयोग की उम्मीद है। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir. I request Dhamendra Lohar, sir, to welcome our chief guest, Ajay Kumar Sharma, sir.
I request Dhamendra Lohar, sir, to felicitate our chief guest, Professor Ajay Kumar Sharma, sir, with safa, shawl, and flower bouquet.
Professor Ajay Kumar Sharma, sir, Vice Chancellor of MBM University. Sir obtained his BE in Agriculture Engineering in 1985, MTech in Farm Machinery and Power Engineering in 1992, and PhD from IIT Kharagpur in 1998. He has an experience of more than 35 years in teaching and research. Before assuming the charge of Vice Chancellor, MBM University, in October 2021, he held various administrative positions at Maharana Pratap University of Agriculture and Technology, Udaipur, such as Dean, Member Board, Nodal Officer, and Chairman of various councils of the university.
Now I will request Mr. Mahim Kachawa, sir, to felicitate our presiding guest, Mr. S.N. Mathur, sir, President, Mining Engineers Association of India. I request Mahim Kachawa, sir, to felicitate our presiding guest with safa, shawl, and flower bouquet.
Engineer S.N. Mathur, sir, President of MEAI, graduated in Mining Engineering from MBM in 1971, joined pre-nationalized coal field in Chindwara, MP, obtained first-class coal mine manager certificate of competency, served there for 8 years, then joined GMDC in 1980 as first-class assistant manager and retired from GMDC in 2007 as general manager. Thereafter, served at Gujarat Industries Power Co Limited as executive director for a year. Sir also served as MEAI council member for 3 terms.
Now I will request Mr. Mahesh Sharma, sir, to felicitate our guest of honor, Mr. P.R. Prajapat, sir. I request Mahesh Sharma, sir, to felicitate our guest with safa, shawl, and flower bouquet. I request Mahesh Prakash Purohit, sir, to felicitate our guest of honor. I request Mr. P.K. Bhargava sir to felicitate our guest of honor, H.S. Venkatesh sir. I request P.K. Bhargava sir to felicitate our guest of honor with shawl, safa and flower bouquet. Dr. H.S. Venkatesh sir is currently the Director of National Institute of Rock Mechanics, Ministry of Mines, Government of India. He is a mining engineer and has gained professional experience in rock blasting and excavation engineering. He is the chairman of MEI Bangalore chapter also. Now, I will request Mr. Dinesh Kachawa sir to felicitate our guest of honor, Mr. Rajiv Chaudhary sir, who is SME DMG Rajasthan. I request Mr. Dinesh Kachawa sir to felicitate our guest of honor with shawl, safa and flower bouquet. Rajiv Chaudhary sir, who is passed out of MBA Mining Engineering in 1987, he contributed towards new leases and development of the leases. He increased the revenue from the DNG department in a vast number. He also contributed towards the new policies and enhancing them. He also developed new collieries in Rajnagar, Southeastern Coalfield Limited. Moving further, I thank all of the guests to be here. Now I would like to call upon Mr. Pukraj Prajapat sir, who is the Group General Manager or RSMM Jodhpur. I request Pukraj Prajapat sir, who is the Group General Manager or of RSMM Jodhpur, to deliver words of wisdom. Pukraj Prajapat sir, who graduated from MBM Department of Mining Engineering in 1986. He served in from 1987 to 1996 in CIL. He worked in all the subsidiaries WCL, NCL, ECL of the Coal India. Then he joined in 1996 till present. He is working in RSMM. He worked in all the mines in the RSMM. He has a specialization of coal mining with 31 years of experience.
मंच पर विराजित सभी सम्माननीय, मेरे सामने विराजित सभी माइनिंग फील्ड के विद्वान, स्टूडेंट, मीडियाज, सबको नमस्कार। और इस सेमिनार की वैलिडिटी फंक्शन में मैं सबका हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं। ये 4th इंटरनेशनल सेमिनार MEI जोधपुर चैप्टर द्वारा आयोजित बहुत ही कम समय में बहुत ही अच्छे तरीके से और बहुत लोगों का गैदरिंग ऐसा पूर्व में नहीं देखा गया है, जो इस बार इतनी बड़ी गैदरिंग हुई है और सभी एक्सपर्ट लोग आए। इस सेमिनार में हर व्यक्ति ने अपने अपने विचार व्यक्त किए। जो मेन सेमिनार है एडवांस टेक्नोलॉजी इन एक्सप्लोरेशन and exploitation minerals. Virgin land to mined out area, इसके बीच में जो एक्टिविटी होती है उस एक्टिविटी के बारे में डिफरेंट स्पीकर्स ने अपने आइडियाज शेयर किया है. हर माइंस पे डिफरेंट टाइप की प्रॉब्लम्स होती है और हर माइंस का सॉल्यूशन लगभग इस सेमिनार के अंदर कवर हो चुका है. जितने पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन हुआ है उसमें स्पेसिफिक प्रॉब्लम्स और उसका सॉल्यूशन इस टाइप के सेमिनार में आने से न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी, आपकी माइंड्स की प्रॉब्लम्स सब सॉल्व हो जाती है. ये सेमिनार जो इस होटल में हुआ है, मैंने माइनिंग इंजीनियरिंग एमबीएम कॉलेज से 1986 में पास आउट किया था. अगर ये सेमिनार अगर यही माइनिंग इंजीनियरिंग डिपार्टमेंट में एमबीएम कॉलेज के अंदर होता तो जितने भी डिक्शनरीज जो आए हैं स्पीकर और डेलीगेट्स, तो दिवाली की तरह एमबीएम कॉलेज में एक त्योहार हो जाता और पब्लिक देखती कि ये त्योहार किस बात का त्योहार है और आज अपने जो भी ये पैसा यहाँ खर्च किया है वो पैसा कॉलेज में लगता बजाय कि इस होटल में खर्च करने से. और कॉलेज के अंदर कोई न कोई एक्टिविटी होती माइनिंग इंजीनियरिंग में, कोई हॉल बनना, कोई मशीन्स या एनी ऑफ जो भी हमारे प्रोफेसर वीसी साहब डिसाइड करते तो उसमें पैसा खर्च होता तो और भी मजा आता. इस प्रकार के आयोजन कॉलेज में होने चाहिए. आगे से अगर कोई सेमिनार होता है, मैं वीसी साहब से निवेदन है कि फर्स्ट ऐसा अगर आपके पास निमंत्रण आता है तो फर्स्ट आपको वही इनवाइट करना चाहिए कि इस सेमिनार को आप इसी कॉलेज में किया जाए. आज 3 दिन का सेमिनार होटल्स में तो केवल हम अपन लोग ही अपन देख रहे हैं. कॉलेज के कितने स्टूडेंट ऑल ब्रांचेज के उनको दिखता ये बाहर से विद्वान लोग आए हुए हैं और एक सेमिनार हो रहा है और उस सेमिनार में अदर स्टूडेंट, अदर डिसिप्लिन के स्टूडेंट भी हो सकता वो पीछे बैठते और जो भी नई टेक्नोलॉजी है, आज माइनिंग की टेक्नोलॉजी जरूर नहीं है कि माइनिंग इंजीनियरिंग के लिए जरूरी है, मैकेनिकल, इलेक्ट्रिकल सबके लिए जरूरी है और वो बड़े इंटरेस्ट से बैठते. तो हमारा एक विचार है ये कि इस प्रकार का आयोजन कॉलेज में रहे भविष्य में तो बहुत ही अच्छा रहेगा. माइनिंग के अंदर प्रॉब्लम ही प्रॉब्लम रहती है. मैंने कोल इंडिया में 9 साल सर्विस करी थी. हाईली मैकेनाइज्ड माइंस में काम किया मैंने, हाईली मैकेनाइज्ड, जहाँ की सीम थिकनेस 20 मीटर के आसपास थी, 20 मीटर. जब कोल इंडिया छोड़कर अब RSMDC ज्वाइन किया मैंने बाड़मेर, वहाँ सीम थिकनेस देखा 10 से 15 सेंटीमीटर से लेके 1 मीटर. हमने कहा ये तो क्या है, ये तो कोल इंडिया के अंदर बॉटम में छूट जाता कोयला. लेकिन उस माइंस को एज ए चैलेंज की तरह ये 10 से 15 सेंटीमीटर भी माइनिंग करना है आपको. मैं वहाँ बाड़मेर में जब वर्किंग करा था, रिटायर्ड GGM थे, ML गोयल साहब थे शायद, वो उस वक्त वो RSMA में थे, मैं RSMDC में था. उन्होंने देखा, वो फेस पर आके देखा कि ये आप लोग 10 सेंटीमीटर भी माइनिंग, 15 सेंटीमीटर माइनिंग करते हैं. हमने कहा बिल्कुल सर, बड़े आराम से उसका माइनिंग कर रहे हैं क्योंकि हमारी माइंस टोटली 15 सेंटीमीटर से 1 मीटर, अगर हम यही छोड़ देंगे तो आप वो माइंस सक्सेस कहाँ से हो जाएगी. तो आपको उसको सक्सेस करने के लिए हम लोगों ने बहुत ही देखा कैसे किया जाए इसको, कि 15 सेंटीमीटर भी एक्सटेंशन किया। और जब मैं आया था बाड़मेर में, प्रोडक्शन था 60,000 टन एक साल का, और मैंने काम किया वहाँ पे जहाँ पर डे का 50 से 60,000 टन कोयला डेली निकलता था। हम लोग उसमें फिर भी डिप्रेस नहीं हुए, और हमारे सीनियर्स थे, और हम लोगों ने देखा इसको सक्सेस करना है। एक चैलेंज था, RSMDC का प्रोजेक्ट था, ये चैलेंज उस 15 सेंटीमीटर से भी और 1 मीटर तक माइनिंग करते, और एक दिन 10 लाख टन उसी इसी कैपेसिटी 60,000 से लेके 10 लाख टन पहुंचाया। और वही शाम को 4:30 बजे माइंस को बंद करना पड़ा, और वो रेगुलर वे में हमारा ग्राफ बढ़ता गया। माइनिंग आपको देख के क्या करना है, आपको वो माइंस बताएगी, माइंस बोलती है। आप रेगुलर इंस्पेक्शन और उसको देखते रहिए। माइंस फेस बोलता है मेरे को जरूरत क्या है, उसी के परिणाम स्वरूप बाड़मेर का गिरल माइंस सक्सेस हुआ, और पूरे RSMDC में हाईएस्ट प्रॉफिट में चला। तो ये जितने भी हमने आज पेपर्स पब्लिश किए हैं, जितने भी स्पीकर्स ने बताया है, मैंने सब मोस्ट ऑफ द सुना है। और हर जो भी उन्होंने बहुत मेहनत करी है, पेपर बनाने के लिए बहुत मेहनत करना पड़ता है, पढ़ाई करनी पड़ती है। या तो अपने अगर वो माइनिंग फील्ड में है, वो माइंस के अंदर है, तो अपने माइंस के बारे में पूरा प्रॉब्लम्स और उन्होंने कोई सॉल्यूशन जो भी निकाला है वो आपके सामने पेश किया है। और सेम प्रॉब्लम यहाँ जो विराजित है माइनिंग इंजीनियर, जितने भी एक्सपर्ट्स, उनकी माइंस में भी ये प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है। तो इसलिए ये सेमिनार जो हमारी MEI के जो भी टीम, जिनको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कि आपने रात दिन कड़ी मेहनत करके एक सक्सेसफुल इंटरनेशनल सेमिनार आयोजित किया। और ये भीड़ देखते ही पता चलता है कि सेमिनार कैसा रहा, मुझे कहने की जरूरत नहीं है। अंत में पुनः मैं सभी बाहर से आए हुए डेलीगेट्स, मेरे गुरुजन जिन्होंने A से Z तक सिखाया, माइनिंग होती क्या है, मैं तो समझते ही नहीं थे माइनिंग होती क्या है। और पहले जमाने में ये होता था कि माइनिंग उसी को मिलती है जो पुअर स्टूडेंट होते हैं, माइनिंग में वो बिल्कुल कम मार्क्स लाते हैं। लेकिन ऐसा नहीं है, ये जितने भी एक्सपर्ट बैठे हैं, ये माइनिंग में चैलेंजिंग काम माइनिंग वाले करते हैं। आज के टाइम या हर चीज माइंस के बिना चलता ही नहीं है। अब माइनिंग बंद कर दो, पूरी इंडस्ट्रीज, डेवलपमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का सब कुछ खत्म हो जाएगा आपका। तो माइनिंग इंजीनियर्स बहुत मेहनत करते हैं, और इस प्रकार देश के विकास में बहुत बड़ा योगदान है माइनिंग इंजीनियर्स का। अब अंत में पुनः मंच पर विराजित हमारे डिग्निज प्रोफेसर अजय शर्मा साहब, जिन्होंने अपना बहुमूल्य समय निकाल के यहाँ पर पधारे हैं, उनको बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। प्रोफेसर इंजीनियर माथुर साहब, इनका हम लोग जब कॉलेज में एडमिशन लिया था और जब पास आउट हुए थे, तो इनका नाम सुना जाता है GMDC के एक्सपर्ट, उनका भी मैं बहुत स्वागत करता हूं। हमारे पुरोहित साहब, राजीव माथुर साहब, RP चौधरी साहब, वेंकटेश साहब, सभी मंच पर विराजित, और सब मेरे सामने विराजित सभी मेरे गुरुजन, मेरे सीनियर, सभी स्टूडेंट्स, मीडियाज को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Now I will request our guest of honor, Mr. H.S. Venkatesh sir, to give words of wisdom to our guests.
Respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, it's quite late, and anyhow, I would take a couple of minutes to thank. This is one thing which of late, over a period of 4 to 5 years, I think I have spent more than 3 days at a single place, and this shows that what is the power of technical presentations that have been conceived and then presented in this place has made me tied up here. Maybe in 1985 or 84, I was taking training in Hindustan Zinc Zawar mines. Then I had a couple of friends along with me who took training from IIT Kharagpur, ISM, and there was one guy called Manohar Lal Toshniwal. He was from MBM College of Engineering. I recollect him almost after 35 or 37 years. Maybe he's in Chhattisgarh now. That this place I visited now, after almost 35 years, I recollect. And what I see here, the power is that the mining is in the DNA of the blood of the people here. The MBM College of Engineering. Why I say this is, when I joined my mining career in '86, and my first job was in Singarani Collieries, and I went. I had a passion for mining. Then it's an open cast mine. The challenge was in blasting. When I went for blasting and said IBP people were there and then IDEL people were there, this is fine. But when we did the blasting, there was one blast design called 8 meter by 8 meter, and the whole diameter was 250 mm diameter and the whole depth was 40 meters. हम पूछे ये 8 मीटर by 8 मीटर कैसा डिजाइन किए हैं? Professor Bhandari Saab. I heard the name first in '86. Professor Bhandari Saab has given this design from IDL, and then like I was like you people. Arey Bhandari Saab kaun hote hain? Let me see this man who has designed this, but I never got an opportunity. I had to wait 4 years. I had to wait 4 years, and in 1990, when I attended, you people are fortunate. The young mining engineers here are fortunate that you could stand at this podium and share your thoughts to this august audience in front of Professor Bhandari Saab. The reason is that I heard him in 1990, and that inspired me to continue blasting. And this blasting has given me bread and butter. There are a lot of things people keep saying that environmentally it is not friendly. I am telling you on this podium that that is the most accepted environmental friendly way of doing it, because today, 2023, Reliance Industries is taking blasting at Malabar Hills. Now, you tell me which is the safest way. Can blasting be permitted in Mumbai at Malabar Hill, and it is happening? So I say, when blasting fails, we go to alternative to blasting, and when alternative to blasting fails, come back. Blasting will sustain your dreams. So mining engineers, let me tell you, as National Institute of Rock Mechanics Director, let me tell you only 2 things are surviving. One is characterization of rock mass. All you have heard in these 2 days or 3 days, or any publication you go and check, what we are trying to do, we are trying to characterize the rock mass. Whatever means are there, whether it is geophysics, whether it is instrumentation, whether it is collection of physical data. The second one, what we are doing is, from the outcome of the papers, is that how we exploit the mineral or explore the mineral, it is the inference. It is the inference that we are trying to do that. So either you choose to be in the collection of data or a site characterization or exploitation. When you are exploitation, I'll just sum up in 2 minutes. When you are exploiting is, your need as domain expertise. We heard somebody from Infosys, we heard a professor from US, and papers from Saudi Arabia. What they were all honing upon is that we would like to measure certain things, and that huge volume of data will be analyzed through what is called artificial intelligence. Now let me tell you, this artificial intelligence, what today we are telling is only to handle the volume of data, but the domain expertise has should come from the mining engineers. Here I recollect that in 1990 when we went there to Mochias, the young scientist, I met one person and I was walking. He is a very senior man. Then he was showing me a small hole while walking in the main adit and said that he was putting that small timber, whatever we check for the roof, he was inserting it and coming. I said, Saab, ye kya kar rahe ho? Bole, I am trying to understand what the stress is coming onto this daily walk. And that man who conducted with association of with Akhilesh Joshi and R. Kumar was none other than Mr. Rajamani. Now he is Dr. Rajamani. So this is what is rock mechanics. This is rock mechanics, that we are trying to measure deformations. All through what we have discussed, there is only one parameter we have been doing, is that we are measuring the deformation, change in deformation. What is the cost for the deformation? May it be stress or the load or alternative. So what I mean to say is that a measurement, automation of the measurement is your lifeline. Today, you might not work in hardcore mines, made in Hindustan Zinc or Hindustan Copper or in research organizations like SIMFR or NIRM. But where you will be working, if you are working with Infosys or with Accenture or anyone, you will be handling data related to mining, not credit cards. Let me tell you, not the credit cards globally where engineers do it. My mining engineer will continue to be the domain expertise and driving the society. I would like to thank the Mining Engineers Association for giving me this opportunity, because this is one association which does not discriminate between the people on the dais and off the dais. Let me tell you, this is one organization I feel very proud to be a part, because this, I said, it doesn't discriminate, because we all carry our paper cups, may it be the coffee served in the ceramic cup or the paper cup. The quality of tea is common for all in the paper cup. That is what the knowledge of mining that they share across this podium to the people on the podium, of the podium. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to call our next guest of honor, Mr. Rajiv Chaudhary, sir.
Respected sirs on dais, VC साहब अजय शर्मा जी, हमारे MEI के चेयरमैन साहब एसएन माथुर साहब और डॉक्टर वेंकटेश साहब, पुरोहित साहब, आरपी सिंह चौधरी साहब, प्रजापति जी और हमारे सीनियर्स और मेरे प्रोफेसर्स, कलीग्स, सभी इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में जो सभी के सहयोग से इतना अच्छा हो सका, उसके लिए सभी का धन्यवाद। हमारे MEI के चेयरमैन और कॉन्फ्रेंस के चेयरमैन और मुख्य रूप से भंडारी साहब का जो आइडिया था, और ये सब्जेक्ट एडवांस्ड एक्सप्लोरेशन इन एक्सप्लॉइटेशन, ये सब भंडारी साहब की देन है, और उनके ही गाइडेंस में हम लोगों ने इतना अच्छा काम किया, और हमें उनसे आगे भी इसी तरह से गाइडेंस मिलती रहेगी। हम चाहते हैं कि हमारे बच्चे इस कॉन्फ्रेंस से कुछ सीख सकें, और जो काम कर रहे हैं माइंस में, उनको भी थोड़ा बहुत अगर इससे कुछ भी नॉलेज मिलता है तो फील्ड में बहुत ये उपयोगी होता है। और आजकल टेक्नोलॉजी का टाइम है, और होटल में भी अगर खर्चा करके भी अगर नॉलेज आ जाए तो कोई बुरी बात नहीं है। आजकल इंटरटेनमेंट के साथ में टेक्नोलॉजी हर जगह मिल रही है। पैसे खर्च होके अगर अपने बच्चे एक भी भंडारी साहब तैयार हो जाए तो मैं सोचता हूँ कि लाखों रुपए खर्च किए खराब नहीं है। हम चाहते हैं ज़रूर आने वाले बच्चे अच्छे टेक्नोलॉजी में होंगे। अब माइंसों पे जाते हैं तो माइंस वाले केवल सर्टिफिकेट देख के नहीं रखना चाहते हैं, वो चाहते हैं कि बच्चे हमें कुछ, इन बच्चों से हमें कुछ फ़ायदा हो, है ना, इनको कुछ टेक्नोलॉजी आए, वो हमें प्रोडक्शन हाई कर सकें। हम लोग क्या है कि माइंस पे जैसे रख तो लेते हैं माइनिंग इंजीनियर, पर वो भी सोचते हैं कि हम केवल सर्टिफिकेट को ही दे रहे हैं, हमें सैलरी सर्टिफिकेट की मिलनी चाहिए, तो वो थोड़ी ख़राब बात है। आप लोगों को उनको थोड़ा आइडिया देना चाहिए, और उसके लिए आप लोगों को अपने आप को टेक्निकली मजबूत करना बहुत ज़रूरी है। तो इस तरह के कॉन्फ्रेंस होते रहे, बच्चे और हम लोग भी इससे नॉलेज मिलती है, सभी को मिलती है फील्ड में काम करने वालों को। तो मैं चाहता हूं भंडारी साहब इसी तरह गाइड करते रहे, आगे इसी तरह से इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस होती रहे और सबके सहयोग से हमारे नींव बच्चे जो मजबूत हो सके और बाकी सबको अच्छा नॉलेज मिल सके। थैंक यू।
Thank you so much, sir. Now I will request Engineer Rajneesh Purohit, sir, former controller of mines IBM, to deliver the conference report.
Good afternoon, everybody. Dignitaries on the dais, Engineer Professor Dr. Ajay Sharma sir, VC MBM University, Sri Mathur sir, Country Head MEI, Sri H. Venkatesh, Director NIRM Bangalore, Sri P.R. Prajapat, GGM, RSMM, Rajiv Chaudhary, Senior ME, DMG Rajasthan. Of course, my Anuj, R.P. Chaudhary sir, dignitaries of the dais, Dr. Professor Bhandari sir, Deepak Gupta sir, DK Saxena from DGMS, IBM से पधारे मेरे SP गोयल साहब और दूसरे डिग्नेटरीज, DMG के ऑफिसर्स, इंडस्ट्री से हाई लेवल के जो हमारे डेलीगेट्स आए हैं वो लोग, इंस्टीट्यूशंस से और MEI जोधपुर चैप्टर के सभी मेंबर लोग, I welcome you on behalf of MEI Rajasthan Jodhpur chapter. It is a really tough task given to me, and today morning I find that I could not sleep late in last night. What may be the reason? I am not finding it. I find that I should give a lecture, but after giving lecture I am not comfortable. Now I realize that why I am not comfortable. Because I find that VC sir is there. And for me, when I was a student, VC Sri Malhotra Sahab is there, and it was a very terror and terrified environment was there. So I have to speak in front of VC sir, all my professors like Dr. Bhandari, Surana sir, and all my senior persons. So it is very difficult, and it was a really tough task given to me by Dr. Professor Bhandari and my elder brother Sri P.C. Purohit sir. So I am trying to give you the report for this one. Otherwise, this is my first attempt, and I suppose this will be my last attempt after reading this report. So anyway, this is a 3-day long conference, international conference it was, and the title of the Advanced Technology in Exploration and Exploitation. Today's morning session, I described that E2E should be the new goal to the new generations. So it is a best suited topic given to this conference, I suppose this one. So there are 36 of number of papers was presented in the hybrid mode and the physical mode. Out of 36, 5 number of international paper in hybrid mode. Out of these 5, these 2 from Australia, 1 from New Zealand, 1 from Saudi Arabia, and one from USA, sir. So this is really a good coverage from my point of view, that in international conference, another 5 number of papers if we have, and that are really a international paper given by the faculties. Otherwise, the physical mode, we have almost more than 30 number of papers. I can say lot of interaction was going on. So if I go in the detail, what are the international paper coverage, those digital operation of the model, key initiatives for the recent development in the mining technology and surface and coal mine. Of course, Hilton Goldfinch, I can refer, is a really best paper I can say from the hybrid mode. Emerging technology from Satyam Priyadarshi was another paper I can say that was a out of box, but he was a basically IT person, but he has given a keen interest and he has taken an interest to give presentation to this. I can mention here the Mr. Lalit. I suppose Lalit will be, so Lalit is there. So he's from Infosys, sir. So he's he's a basically mining there, and he is a IT person right now. So these are the key, I can say, the papers, and of course many mining engineer and professors and other research fellows have given the paper on the digitalization, implementation of IoT, AI and ML, sustainable mining, geotechnical analysis, scientific management, implicit advanced mining, innovation in surveying initiative. I mean to say that end-to-end business we have covered in this our conference. So I suppose all mining engineers sitting in this hall can appreciate the span of the international conference we have covered. So I can say we have research institute like SIMFR, Nagpur, SIMFR, Roorkee, NIRM, Bangalore, CSIR, Nagpur. These are the research institutes. Forgive me if I forgot the name of any institution, as because it was very, very tight schedule for the persons who give me this one. Government officials from DMG. I suppose this is the first conference in which DMG has given, I think, almost 20 number of persons as a delegate for interaction in this conference, which will be beneficiated after 3 days conference, sir. This is really a remarkable, I can say. Contribution from DGMS is tremendous contribution. I must thank Deepak Gupta sir and DK Saxena sir and Mr. Lakshmi Narayan ji. So they have traveled from long way from Delhi and from Jaipur and from Bangalore to this place. IBM persons, I suppose 3 to 4 persons, they are sitting in IBM and out of IBM like me, also participated in this one. So I mean to say that we have covered the whole pattern and whole, I can say, the educational institute like MBM. All the backbenchers can clap for you. I have told to them to show the contribution of the persons sitting in this hall, and they are the future generation of the mining. So MBM, CTA, NIT Rourkela, NIT Suratkal, Satna University, Manipal University, and IIT Roorkee are the educational institutions which have participated. Consultant also, we have a pan, I can say, covering, say, AMC from Australia,
geotech consultant from New Zealand, Mine Excellence, Reignite. These are the consultants we have through and directly in the conferences. So coverage, I can say, pan-India and international, we have covered this conference. For your information, sir, I can say from starting to right now, if we count the number of persons, so it crossed almost 900 number of persons, physically 650, and otherwise it is on the Zoom or WebEx or YouTube platform, sir. So I think this is the highest number of attendees this one. I have also given that the conclusion and recommendation for 3 days program for presentation and the technical session should be given by me. So it is very, very difficult, as because in mining what I have is a very, very little knowledge. I request from this platform that certainly give me some more number of persons which are intellectual to prepare a report. However, I conclude my recommendations that adopt predictive geometeorology, analysis of fragmentation and fly ash, use of technical whatever technology is there, geotechnical modeling should be accepted, reducing carbon footprints, 3-layer MIOT, implementation of IoT, numerical modeling. Mining should be an end-to-end process. However, I am not sure. I am still confused that whether I am a mining engineer or a technical person who is going to have AI and ML. So I am also going to confuse at this juncture that what to do. You think and give us a insight so that we will further go for any other conference like this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for enlightening us with the report for the conference. Now I will request Engineer S.N. Mathur, sir, President MEAI, to deliver word of wisdom to our guests and faculties sitting here.
Good afternoon, everybody. Professor Ajay Sharma, Vice Chancellor, MBM University, and Chief Guest of today's event, Mr. Prajapat, Mr. Rajiv Chaudhary, Mr. R.P. Chaudhary, Mr. Venkatesh, my colleague Mr. Purohit, and I think I will not miss any name, and my seniors and gurus cities in the audience, plus all the experts from the industry and my colleagues from industry and MEI. I thank you very much for this participation in this seminar. It has been a very nice seminar with nearly 40 papers presented in 2.5 days. Particularly on the first day, I think more than 20 papers were presented. It is true that 20 papers means average time given to each speaker is very less. They prepared with lot of efforts and then get very small time to present the things is not adequate. But I think next time when you organize some function, some seminar or conference, we should consider a slightly larger time for each speaker. I will especially appreciate the students who in the last presented 2 papers. But I will request the organizers that in future please give students some more time and they can be accommodated in different sessions also. Why in the end only? They should be encouraged much. I'd like to add one more thing. I passed in 71 and I completed 50 years of mining experience. But now I am on the reclamation part. Mining is over, now reclamation. I'm regenerating my knowledge by attending this type of seminar and conferences. One thing I'd like to mention here, Professor Dr. Surana, he was working as a consultant for GMDC project related to slope stability. he gave me one very good advice, which I'm still following, that tell your officials, particularly open cast mines, that take a round of the entire mine on the surface, particularly on foot, not in jeep or any vehicle. If they walk on foot, they will notice the minor cracks being developed there. This can ultimately help us to restrict the major damages. So I advise all the students here that when you go to industry, when you go to actual mining, you also have to develop. Don't simply go on vehicles. Vehicle is a must because larger open cast mine you can't travel. But then at least one round in a day should be on foot only. This is more important. Professor Bhandari gave me, we were together in TSMS as editorial committee. He was chairman of the committee and we were the members, myself and Mr. Anil Mathur. And since that part, the editing part, I have been practicing here in these different seminars and functions also. I can prepare some brief report based on those things. There is very good knowledge given by Professor Bhandari. Of course, we have been attending all the functions together, but I didn't have any opportunity to be his student. But still he is a good professor and gives a good knowledge. This program has been very good. In last 3 days, we enjoyed everything. We have got good hospitality. It was good stay, very comfortable stay, good food, and good knowledge sharing also. I thank the organizers, particularly the chairman of the Jodhpur chapter, Professor Bhandari, and the team members, Professor Chaudhary and Mr. Dr. Purohit also, for their hospitality and whatever the arrangement they have made here. Very comfortable stay here. And I hope that similar seminars and conferences will be organized in future. Jodhpur chapter has been organizing good seminars and conferences in past also, and we will maintain this tradition. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your kind words. Now I will request our chief guest, Professor Dr. Ajay Sharma sir, Vice Chancellor, MBM University, Jodhpur, to deliver words of wisdom to our all guests and audience present here.
Respected dignitaries sitting on the dais, sharing dais with me, dignitaries of the dais, especially Professor Bhandari साहब, क्योंकि इनके बिना जोधपुर की माइनिंग थोड़ा सा सुनने में ही लगता है कि कैसे जस्ट आई केम ऑन द स्टेज, आई लुक दिस साइड, उनको सर को देख नहीं पाया, देन आई मूव्ड अराउंड माय आईज के सर भी है कि नहीं, देन आई फाउंड हिम सिटिंग देयर. सर का एक ये दिस इज माइनिंग स्पेशलिटी तो आप लोगों ने सुनी, बट देयर इज अ डिफरेंट पार्ट ऑफ दिस, एंड इफ यू कनेक्ट विद द सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, तो ऑन द बैनर ऑफ द रोटरी क्लब सर ने इतनी सोशल एक्टिविटीज़ करी हुई हैं, एंड आई हैड एन अपॉर्चुनिटी टू विजिट अ स्कूल which is run by Rotary Club, and definitely that school is giving education to the students जिन्होंने कभी education लेने की सोची नहीं थी. अब आप देखिए कि कितने students उसमें हैं and how much they will be learning from them. So this is the another phase of Professor Bhandari. Delegates and participants of this conference, the guests, and especially the students of MBM sitting behind. First of all, I am thankful for organizers for calling me here, giving so much of the honor. And special thanks for engaging our students to get a chance of having interaction at such a good gathering, and this interaction with at international level. So this creates the vision among the students. और वो we are lacking behind this. में कोई दो राय नहीं है. यूनिवर्सिटी अपने लेवल पे we are far behind making interacting students at such a level. अभी मैं टूर की इनकी देके आया हूँ, and that is for the Mount Abu and one more mines. हमारे हेड साहब भी यहाँ हैं. I would request him right on this. I am using this stage कि please make them visit to mines throughout India, so that they have a feel of experience for every type of mines, whether it is an undercast mine, whether it is an open cast mine, and so forth. University will be funding for that. Don't worry about the funds. और कुछ बचेगा तो सब लोग हैं, इनसे ले लेंगे. That is the thing. दूसरी है कि I am not a man of mining engineering, but definitely I am related to mining because my past institute also, जैसे सर ने कहा, CTA है. So that was my past institute, and the feeling is that when we visit to the department, किसी को बोर्ड पढ़ने की जरूरत नहीं होनी चाहिए. By seeing it, it can be. So एक open cast mining का वहाँ बड़ा सा मॉडल बनवा के आए. And I would request again, so that माइनिंग डिपार्टमेंट पढ़ने की ज़रूरत नहीं पड़े, उसको बाहर से देख से लगे नाउ दिस इज अ माइनिंग डिपार्टमेंट। तो ये एक था, एंड द सक्सेस आई कॉन्ग्रेचुलेट ऑर्गेनाइजर्स फॉर वेरी गुड सक्सेस स्टोरी ऑफ दिस कॉन्फ्रेंस। क्योंकि जो अखबार में 2 दिन से न्यूज़ पढ़ रहे हैं, रियली लॉट मेनी टेक्निकल एस्पेक्ट्स आर कवर्ड इन दैट, एंड आई होप दैट दिस न्यूज़ इटसेल्फ इज अ सक्सेस स्टोरी ऑफ दिस कॉन्फ्रेंस। और दूसरा, जैसे अभी सर ने कहा कि कॉलेज में होना, यूनिवर्सिटी में होना चाहिए, सर शुरुआत यूनिवर्सिटी से हुई थी भंडारी साहब के साथ, पता नहीं कब ये होटल बन गया, मेरे को भी पता नहीं है। Maybe university doesn't have so much a beautiful hall and so much of the decoration and so much of the thing, but I came to know only from the first call when it was released that university to side में हट गई. I was surprised, like okay fine, the important is the things must go on and the technology and views must be transferred to each other. So university is always ready to participate, to support anything which is in the interest of the university, especially with the interest of the students and the staff. और डेफिनेटली इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है, मैं हाथ जोड़ के सबको नमन करता हूँ कि जो कि हमारे सीनियर्स हैं, दे आर सपोर्टिंग द डिपार्टमेंट फॉर टेकिंग द क्लासेस, एल्स 2 आदमी यूनिवर्सिटी डिपार्टमेंट नहीं चला सकते। Every time when I visit department, I find at least 2 or 3 senior people sitting there. So this is maybe department is very fortunate to have people one-to-one connected with this by heart. This connection is by heart, not for the money. क्योंकि इस स्टेज पे जो हम 500 रुपये लेक्चर है या 5000 लेक्चर भी हो, it doesn't matter. The important is how much you are connected with the institute and with the department, and especially with the students, and think in the benefit of the students. That counts. और वो चीज़ यहाँ है. It is in other departments also, maybe civil also, electrical also. But mining में तो केवल हमारे पास we have only 2 faculties. Very soon we will be recruiting some more in that. Already posts are advised, and about 82 teaching faculty will be recruited if all things go pretty well. So it is, applications are under scrutiny stage, and very soon we will be starting interview. तो mining में भी we do have some faculties. क्योंकि mining में जहाँ तक मेरे को जब ध्यान आता है, what mining means, हम तो 3 पिक्चर को रिलेट कर जाते हैं. One is कोयला, शाहरुख खान running on the coal mines. One is काला पत्थर, अमिताभ बच्चन saving in the underground mines, and recently रानीगंज. तो वो माइंस का था, and there is a underground mine structure in the department also, which is called as a special unique feature of this one. तो मैं यहाँ जो सबसे रिक्वेस्ट करूँगा कि can they give a concept note, concept design for that, so that when we enter that underground mine, we feel that we are inside the mine. जैसे शूटिंग में था रानीगंज, और उसकी शूटिंग हमारे यहाँ माइंस पे हो जाए. Already we have started this shootings in our campus. So I would request everybody sitting here, they please give us the design of that one, so that when we enter into that underground system, अभी तो ऐसा लगता है underground tunnel में इधर से निकले उधर से निकल गए. Even we don't have a feeling of that it is a mine or not. So artificially we will be creating. I have requested our head of the department also, and since he is maybe overloaded, so I would request everybody in the hall sitting here just to suggest a design of that one, and I assure you that I will be, मैं तो मेरे लिए ऊपर लेता हूँ, यूनिवर्सिटी को छोड़िए, I will be executing that, so that everybody here or the students will have a feel of actual mines when they enter that one. So that would be a great support to us. वो आप तो बाकी तो कर ही रहे हैं सर. ये है, and as an administrator, just क्योंकि because first मेरी निगाह गई थी sponsors पे. So from the bottom of my heart, I would like to thank all golden sponsors, silver sponsors, and other sponsors to have this wonderful event in Jodhpur, and that too benefiting our students. So really, I am thankful to all the sponsors, and in future I would expect such activities. Any one-day seminar is good enough. उसमें जरूरी नहीं है कि 600-700 लोग भी जुड़े. If 500 लोग भी जुड़ते हैं, it's a one-day thing, 2 lectures early morning and 2 after lunch, so that our students are benefited. Everybody is welcome. But चूँकि this is university is a government organization, so we need to complete some formalities for that. and I assure that that function will be very good. इतनी खूबसूरती तो नहीं आएगी, but whatever facilities we do have in our campus, it will be utilized fully and heartily. So everybody is welcome. You please come and give us suggestions so that we can improve especially when we are talking to mining, we can improve the mining department. So this is all. I don't want to be in between क्योंकि बहुत लेट हो गए, लंच के बीच में भी नहीं आएगा. मैं तो मेरा लंच कर ही आया, because being a diabetic patient I cannot wait up to 3:30. तो मैं तो free हूँ, but I cannot afford to come in between lunch of you all, and especially the dais also. And once again I thank you for calling me here, giving so much of the honor, and especially entertaining our students also, and the support what this all mining our retired teachers also from this department for supporting the department and getting our students a new knowledge and advanced technologies also. मेरे भी दोस्त हैं जिनके कई mines भी हैं, they have marble mines and granite mines and so forth. पर बस वही है, concept note नहीं आता दिमाग में mines कैसे होती है. So all responsible who are definitely will care of the environment also for the mining also, because the environment, saving environment is also necessary. और खास तौर पे mining का तो अब और importance है, because oil has been explored in Rajasthan and today also news कि पेट्रोलियम का एक और हुआ है. तो पेट्रोलियम पार्ट तो उसमें अलग है, बट ज़मीन में से हम तो जो सोचते हैं कि ज़मीन जैसे मद्रास के बम्बई के नीचे सब मद्रासी हैं, वैसे ज़मीन के नीचे सब माइनिंग है, चाहे किसी की हो. So I wish good success and congratulate all of you and the people who have traveled a long distance in this. Presently, last few days it was pretty cold. So I welcome you all in this campus, and I hope and I wish to invite you all to visit our university, suggest some good things. थोड़ी criticize भी करेगा कि ये चीज़ खराब है, इसको अच्छी की जा सकती है, because that is required. Comments, weaknesses and strengths, both are required. And definitely university at this time is on the lower side, but definitely in coming years it will come to new heights, it will attain new heights, and we will have so much of the beautiful hall. And then else also you are welcome, and please join us in our campus, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words.
Sir, I want to just add two things. I have been the student of the mining engineering in the college. In my time, this mine, underground mine, it was in operation. We used to go in the gallery. It was having an auxiliary fan. It was having a headgear. आपके आने से पहले सब खत्म हो गया. तो अब आपसे ये रिक्वेस्ट है कि इसको कम से कम आगे की फ्यूचर की प्लानिंग नहीं हो, वो बात की बात है, लेकिन जो स्थिति पहले हो वैसी तो बनवा दें. उसमें कोई ज़्यादा खर्चा भी नहीं है सर. नहीं करना कैसे, फैन हेडगियर नहीं है. एक ड्रिल मशीन लाके रख लें सर. ड्रिल मशीन आप यहाँ बैठे किसी से रिक्वेस्ट करेंगे, आपको पुरानी ड्रिल मशीन लाके दे देंगे. किसी से रिक्वेस्ट कीजिए. दूसरी चीज, हमारे टाइम में जैसे आपने बताया सब स्टूडेंट्स को माइंस दिखानी चाहिए. हमारे टाइम में 2 एजुकेशनल टूर होते थे जिसके अंदर सारी माइंस की विजिट होती थी इंडिया की, अंडरग्राउंड ओपन कास्ट रेपुटेड माइंस की. 2 टूर्स 2 होते थे सर. वो होने चाहिए. बच्चों को जब तक आप प्रैक्टिकल माइंड नहीं दिखाएंगे वो कैसे डेवलप होंगे. उनको कंसेप्ट, I say when I was I gone to the Khetri, Mr. L.S. Rathod, he explained me the shrinkage stopping method, or I never read the book for the explaining the shrinkage stopping method. आज भी मुझे से आप उठा के पूछ लीजिए, मैं shrinkage stopping method बता सकता हूँ. क्यों कि प्रैक्टिकली मैंने देखा, प्रैक्टिकली मेरे को बताया गया. That is the use of the practical things. तो ये 2 चीजें सर अगर आप बनवा दें, और इंडस्ट्री के लोग बैठे हैं सब हेल्प करने के लिए. आप तो माइनिंग इंजीनियर एसोसिएशन को आपका जो है ना सहयोगी समझिए सर. आपका सहयोग ही समझिए, जो एक्टिविटी करें उसके अंदर जितना आप हमसे सहयोग चाहते हैं करेंगे, हम डिपार्टमेंट में करने को तैयार हैं सर। थैंक यू सर।
Thank you so much, PC Purohit sir. So now moving further with Atithi Devo Bhava and Vasudeva Kutumbakam, I thank all of our guests sitting on the dais, all of the guests of the dais and all the members present here. इसी के साथ मैं PC पुरोहित सर को आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगा कि वो हमारे चीफ गेस्ट प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर अजय शर्मा सर जो वाइस चांसलर हैं MBM यूनिवर्सिटी के, उनको मोमेंटो देके उनका बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करें। इसी के साथ मैं बुलाना चाहूंगा AK जायसवाल सर को, जो हमारे चैप्टर चेयरमैन हैं राजस्थान चैप्टर जोधपुर के। वो हमारे प्रिसाइडिंग गेस्ट SN माथुर सर जो प्रेसिडेंट हैं MEAI के, उनको मोमेंटो देके उनका आभार व्यक्त करें। आगे मैं बुलाना चाहूंगा इंजीनियर PR दवे सर को, जो हमारे गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर को मेमेंटो देके उनका आभार प्रेजेंट करें। इंजीनियर PR प्रजापत सर को। PR दवे सर, PR प्रजापत सर को मेमेंटो देके उनका आभार व्यक्त करें सर। इसी के साथ अगली कड़ी पे मैं राकेश पुरोहित सर को बुलाना चाहूंगा स्टेज पर, जो हमारे अगले गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर HS वेंकटेश सर को मेमेंटो देके उनको आभार व्यक्त करें। इसी के साथ में बुलाना चाहूंगा डॉक्टर SK यादव सर को, जो DRDO से हैं। उनको मैं बोलना चाहूंगा कि आप हमारे जो गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर हैं राजीव चौधरी सर, उनको आप मेमेंटो देके उनका आभार व्यक्त करें प्लीज सर। कार्यक्रम की अगली कड़ी की तरफ बढ़ते हुए मैं स्टेज पे बुलाना चाहूंगा इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के को कन्वेनर इंजीनियर महेश प्रकाश पुरोहित सर को, जो यहाँ पे आकर वोट ऑफ थैंक्स डिलीवर करें सर प्लीज।
Good afternoon, respected dignitaries sitting on the dais. First of all, I would like to thank MEI Jodhpur chapter for giving me this opportunity to extend the sincere thanks. It is wisely said that gratitude is the highest of virtues, but not only, but also the parent of all. So I would like to thank respected Professor Ajay Sharma Sahab, respected Professor KL Srivastava Sahab, and all the guests of honors who blessed us with their inspiring words throughout this conference. I also would like to extend my sincere thanks to all the organizations, all the research institutions, all the academic institutions who not only sent their delegates but allowed them to share their experience and knowledge with us so that we can enrich our own knowledge. And finally, I would like to extend my thanks to the management of this Shri Ram International Hotel and Mr. Mukesh from Guru Kripa, Mr. Avasti who helped us publish the souvenir, and all the students of MBM University without whose help this conference could not have been this success. Thank you to all. I would also like to extend my sincere thanks to media. Thank you.
मैं एक चीज आपकी नोटिस में डालना भूल गया, जो मैं डालना चाहूँगा सर। आपने पेट्रोलियम डिपार्टमेंट की बात करी थी। मैं जो DGMS की अथॉरिटीज़ बैठी हैं गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने माइंस एक्ट पास किया और माइंस एक्ट में माइंस की डेफिनेशन डिफाइन की है, और उस माइंस एक्ट की डेफिनेशन में पेट्रोलियम ऑल ऑयल माइंस आर कवर्ड अंडर द माइंस एक्ट। सो पेट्रोलियम is a part of the mining department. This is my request, sir. समझ गए होंगे सर.
थैंक यू सो मच सर. अब मैं प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर अजय शर्मा सर से विनती करना चाहूँगा कि वो हमारे जितने भी स्टूडेंट वॉलंटियर्स हैं जो एमबीएम यूनिवर्सिटीज़ हैं उनको आप मोमेंटो देके उनको सर ग्रीट करें प्लीज़ सर.
स्टूडेंट चैप्टर के एमबीएम के जितने भी स्टूडेंट हैं उनसे रिक्वेस्ट है कि वो इस गेट से आकर के अपना मोमेंटो लेंगे. आई रिक्वेस्ट डॉक्टर आरपी चौधरी सर टू I request all the volunteers from the other institutions like Mine Excellence, they can collect memento from this. Our VC sir will be a Mine Excellence. I request Dinesh Kachwaji and Dheeraj ji. Rakesh Purohit Saab. All the volunteers, MEI can come, please. Bhargav Saab, if it is there, please. Bhargav sir. I request Rohit Rawal sir, Dr. Rohit Rawal sir, please. Madhusudan Vyas ji, are you there? I request Dheeraj from Fag Mill. Are you there?